Chapter 286. Chun Lai had just walked in with a tray full of his favorite breakfast foods and heard Hua Xiaoheng's words. He frowned with displeasure. Hua Xiao, it's your business to scold little Zay and Big Xiong, but it's not nice of you to drag me into this. When have I ever gossiped? Uft. What a joke. The Military General Hospital's coldest Prince Charming is my nickname. Uft. Zhao Yangzi and Yin Shixiang burst out laughing. What? You don't believe me? If you don't believe me, don't come looking for me next time you're sick. Chun Lai used his trump card. Zhao Yangzi and Yin Shixiang immediately rebelled and bowed to Chun Lai. One of them pulled out a chair for him, and the other poured him milk. They said eagerly, Brother Chun, please sit. Brother Chun, are you tired? Brother Chun, do you want us to feed you? Puffed. Go sit on the side. Chun Lai glanced at Hua Xiaoheng, then at the people in the dining room. He was surprised. Where's Nianji? Where's Mrs. Song? Mrs. Song said she wanted to have breakfast in her room. She didn't come down today. The orderly in charge of serving them in the dining room quickly answered. Hua Xiao, should we ask Mrs. Song to come down? No need. Hua Xiaoheng waved his hand and looked at the breakfast on the table. He ordered, bring Nianji's breakfast to her room and bring the tray out when she's finished. Yes, sir. The orderly brought Gun Nianji's breakfast tray to her room and knocked on the door. No one answered. Miss Gu, breakfast. He turned on the intercom at the door and spoke to the person inside. Gun Nianji was in the middle of a shower when she heard the intercom in the bathroom. She quickly turned off the water and raised her voice. Just put it in the living room. Thank you. I'm in the shower. Open the door yourself. It's not locked. Okay. I've put the breakfast on a coffee table in your living room. The orderly opened the door and put the tray down. He closed the door and returned to the dining room. Zhao Yangzi saw him return and asked worriedly, Did Nianji eat? The orderly shook his head. Lieutenant Colonel, Miss Gu was taking a shower. I put the tray on a coffee table and came out. Zhao Yangzi and Yin Shixiang breathed a sigh of relief. They looked at each other and snickered. It looked like Nianji minded Zhao Yangzi, saying she smelled like sweat. Yo, little girl, you've grown up, huh? Zhao Yangzi and Yin Shixiang instantly felt like they had a girl in their house. They smiled happily. Hua Xiaoheng expressionlessly picked up his knife and fork to eat his breakfast. He did not react at all. Recalling how Hua Xiaoheng had called him a master of gossip, Chun Lai grinned darkly and turned to ask the orderly, Is Miss Gu taking a shower? Then how did you get in? The orderly was only 17 or 18 years old, so he was even younger than Gu Nianji. He had a simple and honest expression on his face as he replied very seriously. Miss Gu said the door wasn't locked, so she told me to push the door open and go in myself. The door wasn't locked. Chun Lai said meaningfully, his eyes constantly drifting to Hua Xiaoheng. She didn't lock the door when she was taking a shower. This little girl can't get into this habit. Of course, nothing will happen here, but if she gets into this habit and doesn't lock the door when she's taking a shower outside. TSK, I can't imagine. He clearly saw Hua Xiaoheng's hand tighten around his knife and fork, then quickly relax. He continued to eat his breakfast indifferently. He ate at the same speed as usual and even drank a small cup of coffee before saying to Zhao Yangzi, You said you had materials to send to me yesterday. I'm free now, so send them over quickly. Zhao Yangzi had not finished his breakfast yet and choked on his food. He almost couldn't breathe and quickly drank a glass of juice before saying, I'm not done with that stuff yet. Hua Xiaoheng wants it now? Yeah, right away. I have half a day off. I have a meeting with the Supreme Military Council in the afternoon. Hua Xiaoheng stood up and strode out of the dining room. Yes, sir. Zhao Yangzi immediately put down his breakfast and hurried to organize the materials for Hua Xiaoheng. Chun Lai rubbed his chin and looked at Hua Xiaoheng's retreating figure in deep thought. Why was this bastard more reserved in his emotions? Even he couldn't see any clues. How amazing! Chun Lai gave Hua Xiaoheng a thumbs up. Yin Shixiang looked at him in confusion and stuffed a large mouthful of cheese and mashed potatoes into his mouth. He asked in a muffled voice, Dr. Chen, what do you mean by that? I'm complimenting your Hua Xiaoheng. He's getting better and better. His steadiness and composure has reached perfection. Chun Lai said with a smile. Of course. Otherwise, how could he be a major general and I a lieutenant colonel when we're the same age? In Shixiang rolled his eyes. Dr. Chun, if you learned from Hua Xiaoheng, you wouldn't be stuck at the position of senior colonel for so long without being promoted. This was also something that hurt Chun Lai. He felt that Hua Xiaoheng's personal secretary was as annoying as he was. He roared, "Get out!" He wanted nothing more than a glare at In Shixiang. In Shixiang laughed out loud and stuffed the 2 dumplings into his mouth. Only then did he stagger out of the room to work. Hua Xiaoheng returned to the 2nd floor. He was supposed to return to his suite, but he stood at the door to his suite and looked at Gun Yinji's bedroom door. He walked over and opened the door. The door wasn't locked, and there was breakfast on the coffee table. Was it not done yet? Hua Xiaoheng locked the door and walked past the living room to the bedroom inside. The bathroom was inside the bedroom. When he arrived at the bedroom, he didn't hear the sound of running water in the bathroom. Hua Xiaoheng was a bit confused and called out, "Yinji?" Gun Yinji was applying body lotion in the bathroom, but her eyes were fixed on the bottles of perfume on the bathroom vanity. When she heard Hua Xiaoheng's voice, she froze and hurriedly wrapped a towel around herself. "Hua Xiao, what's the matter?" Hua Xiaoheng looked up to see Gun Yinji standing in front of him. Her pitch-black hair was wet and still dripping water. The towel was only wrapped around her chest and covered her thighs. Her skin, which had just come out of the shower, was fair and glowing. The luster came from the inner layer of her skin, like a layer of light reflecting on the surface. Hua Xiaoheng's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and his voice became even deeper. "Who taught you not to lock the door when you shower?" Gun Yinji looked around in confusion and said, "This is your official residence, Hua Xiao. It's absolutely safe. I'll be fine even if I run around naked." "You in the right now?" Although what Gun Yinji said was correct, Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help but be enraged when he heard it. He took 2 steps forward, his expression stern. "Say that again?" Gun Yinji was so scared that she took 2 steps back and wrapped the towel around her chest. She gathered her courage and said, "What did I say wrong? Hua Xiao has good people here. They won't do anything to me. Besides, even if someone wants to do anything, with Hua Xiao's tight security, they'll probably be taken down before they can do anything. What am I afraid of? Why would I lock the door? Then you can leave the door unlocked when you shower? And you want to run around naked?" Hua Xiaoheng frowned at Gun Yinji. To be so unguarded against a man, was it because she was too careless, or was it because his education had failed? Gun Yinji didn't understand what Hua Xiaoheng was conflicted about. She blinked her large, misty eyes and muttered quietly, "I was just making an example. It's not like I'm really going to run around naked. Even if they don't do anything to me, I'm still embarrassed. Okay, what kind of example is not good?" Hua Xiaoheng folded his hand behind his back and stopped walking. "Remember, no matter where you are, always lock the door when you shower. The bathroom door?" Of course. Gun Yinji suddenly remembered that she hadn't actually locked the bathroom door just now. She didn't dare to think too much about it, and immediately nodded guiltily. Okay, I'll definitely lock the outside door in the future." Hua Xiaoheng could tell something was wrong from her tone. "Don't tell me you didn't even lock the bathroom door just now?" If Hua Xiaoheng hadn't asked, Gun Yinji could have kept it a secret and comforted herself that she hadn't lied to him. But now that Hua Xiaoheng had asked, Gun Yinji had no choice but to tell him. However, Hua Xiaoheng had been so angry just now. Gun Yinji was worried that if she told him, he would be even more displeased with her. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall. This was the first watch. Let me remind you about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today was Monday, especially the recommendation votes. 7 p.m. the next watch. Chapter 287. In Hua Xiaoheng's eyes, Gun Yinji's pitiful expression showed that she was guilty. It was no different from admitting that she hadn't locked the bathroom door. "You really didn't lock the bathroom door?" Hua Xiaoheng's voice was dangerously low. Gun Yinji originally wanted to argue that the front door was closed, but then she thought about the fact that the bathroom door wasn't locked, and the front door wasn't locked either. It seemed too careless of her to just shower without any qualms. Looking at Hua Xiaoheng's increasingly solemn face, Gunyinji's mind raced. She blinked her big misty eyes and suddenly reached out to throw herself into Hua Xiaoheng's arms. She said softly, "Hua Xiao, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Please punish me." Hua Xiaoheng lowered his hands and didn't hug her. He lowered his head and said indifferently, "Are you mistaken?" Gunyinji raised her head in his arms and looked into his dark eyes. She was mesmerized. "I was wrong. I was really wrong. I won't do it again. Believe me. You can punish me. You want me to punish you? Come on. Do you want to force a kiss? Or do you want to use violence? I'll stand there obediently and not resist." Gunyinji even closed her eyes and pouted. Hua Xiaoheng slowly extended a slender and clean finger and pressed it against Gunyinji's lips. He used a bit of force to push her back. "Is this your punishment? Don't be too optimistic." Gunyinji buried her head in Hua Xiaoheng's chest in disappointment, but the corners of her lips curled up. Although she didn't succeed, at least Hua Xiaoheng's anger had disappeared without a trace. "Don't laugh too early." Hua Xiaoheng looked down and saw the smile on Gunyinji's face. "Punishment is a must, but I decide how and where to punish him." Gunyinji looked up happily. "Oh, really? How does Hua Xiao want to punish me? Give me a hint so that I can prepare whip, candle, or—" Hua Xiaoheng's expression changed, and he interrupted her. "Ninji, how do you know so much nonsense?" Gunyinji pursed her lips tightly. Oh no, she had gotten carried away and blurted all this out. "Say it. Are you mute?" In her panic, Gunyinji blurted out, "It sounds like Hua Xiao knows about these things too." "Then how did Hua Xiao find out?" "I'm asking you a question, not asking you to ask me back." Hua Xiaoheng ignored her question and pushed her away as he spoke. Leaving his broad and warm embrace, Gunyinji instantly felt very disappointed. Her eyes dimmed, and the bright stars seemed to disappear from her eyes. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't bear to see her like this. But if he didn't teach her a lesson this time, who knew what kind of big mistakes she would make in the future? He knew how to prepare for a rainy day, and he also knew how to develop good habits to avoid unexpected situations. "Say it." Hua Xiaoheng raised his wrist to look at his watch. "I only have 5 minutes. If you don't tell me, I'm going to know." Gunyinji was flustered. She clutched the towel in front of her chest and stammered, I saw it on the internet." "On the internet?" "Yeah, the Wiki Encyclopedia. I heard someone talk about SM once, so I was curious, so I went to look it up. Then I found a detailed explanation." Gunyinji said as she lowered her head in embarrassment. Her face was red. Hua Xiaoheng asked calmly, "Then did you watch the videos?" No, I really didn't." Gunyinji quickly shook her head. "Although I'm also very interested in the romance movies my classmate talked about, I didn't find any resources. Actually, the computer, phone, and iPad she used all had security programs installed by Zhao Yangzi. Those resource websites had long been set as inaccessible, so they were all blocked. The only one that slipped through was the wiki, but it was really just introductions of knowledge and not inappropriate content. Hua Xiaoheng knew that, but he was worried that Gunyinji would see those things on other people's computers or phones. He nodded. "Okay, I'll believe you this once." "Hua Xiao, believe me, I really didn't." Gunyinji finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Her tears flowed down her face. Her crystal-clear tears rolled down her clean skin, and Hua Xiaoheng's heart trembled. She stood in front of Hua Xiaoheng, crying like a doll. She was barefoot, and her perfectly sculpted legs were dazzlingly white. Hua Xiaoheng turned around and said dryly, "Stop crying. Hurry up and go change." Gunyinji wiped her tears with the back of her hand and went to the closet to find a set of clothes. She carried them to the bathroom to change. "Hua Xiao." She stood timidly behind Hua Xiaoheng and called out to him. She didn't dare to act spoiled anymore. Hua Xiaoheng turned around to see her wearing a pea green turtleneck short, wool pullover, and very slim custom-made wool trousers. She stood in front of him somewhat awkwardly. There were still tears on her face, and her hair was still wet. It was wrapped in a hair towel. She was like a slender and elegant new lotus, still fresh and dewy. He waved. "Come here." Gunyinji hesitated for a moment, then slowly walked over. "Hua Xiao, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again." I'll remember to lock the door, no matter where it is. Okay, as long as you remember. Hua Xiaoheng held her shoulders. It's for your own good. We can't be by your side all the time. You have to be able to protect yourself. I will. Gun Yinji's voice was still a bit timid. Hua Xiaoheng knew he had scared her, but it was a necessary punishment. If he wasn't so harsh, she wouldn't remember it. Come, eat breakfast. Hua Xiaoheng put one arm around her shoulder and led her to the living room outside. Don't you usually shower after breakfast? Why didn't you eat breakfast today? Gun Yinji thought about her bad luck today. It started from Zhao Liang's joke. She couldn't help but complain. It's all Brother Zay's fault. He said I smell sweat after running. She looked up at Hua Xiaoheng. I don't want you to smell it. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. He wanted to laugh. He pulled her to sit on the sofa in the living room and asked, in your heart, am I someone who can't even stand the smell of sweat? Then how did I survive all these years of carrying out missions outside? Gun Yinji was a bit embarrassed. It was clearly not the same thing. Hua Xiao was also deliberately changing the topic. But she had just been taught a lesson, so she didn't dare to say anything else. She lowered her head and remained silent. She was very reserved. Hua Xiaoheng saw her like this and thought she was probably embarrassed. After all, he had just scolded her. After thinking about it, Hua Xiaoheng leaned over to her ear and whispered, "Be good. Don't go to other people's places to look at these messy things." I definitely won't look. Gun Yinji shook her head so hard that it was almost clanking. If you really want to look, you can look for me. As Hua Xiaoheng spoke, his voice and body lowered. His perfectly sculpted lips circled from Gun Yinji's ear to her curvy lips. He touched them once and separated again, stopping at a place that was inches away, but not touching. Gun Yinji could almost feel Hua Xiaoheng's hot breath going in and out of his lips. She was like a candle that was about to be completely melted by him. Really? Really? Gun Yinji asked shakily. Can you let me look? If you're good, I can think about it. Hua Xiaoheng ran one hand through her hair and held the back of her head. His movements were gentle but firm as he pressed her against him. In this kiss, he was the only one who was in charge. She could only receive if he gave. If he didn't give, she could only look up to him. Gun Yinji's lips were already numb from being sucked, but she enjoyed it. Hua Xiaoheng was also very engrossed. He didn't let go of Gun Yinji until Zhao Liangza called him over the earpiece. His head pressed against hers, and his voice was hoarse. Be good. I'll be worried if you do this again. Gun Yinji was so touched that she shivered. All the hugs and kisses from before were not as touching as his words. I won't do it again. I won't do it again. Hua Xiao, I won't do what you don't want me to do. Gun Yinji couldn't help crying again. But this time, she was crying from being moved, not for being wronged or afraid. Hua Xiaoheng sat quietly with her in his arms for a while before getting up. You eat breakfast. I'm going to work. Gun Yinji walked him to the door. It was actually just a corridor away. Hua Xiaoheng shook his head at her speechlessly and didn't say anything else. He walked to the suite across the street to look at the materials. Gun Yinji was in a great mood. She cheered up and ate breakfast. She called Yi Chu and told him that she was going to the school to talk about signing the papers. She asked if he was free. It was the second watch. A reminder about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today was Monday, especially the recommendation votes. Chapter 288. Gun Yinji was calling Yi Chu's private number. Very few people knew this number. From the United States to the Huaxia Empire, the number of people who knew this number could be counted on one hand. Yi Chu had just finished breakfast and was working on some work emails in front of his computer. Hearing that it was the ringtone of his personal cell phone, he took it and looked at it, then immediately swiped open the phone to answer it. Professor He, good morning. Gun Yinji's sweet and soft voice came from the phone. Yi Chu let go of the mouse and leaned back in his chair. His voice was distant. Hi, Yinji. Gun Yinji breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Chu could still answer her call, so he probably wouldn't be too angry. Professor He, I told you I needed your signature last time. When are you free? Gun Yinji asked with a smile. Yi Chu played with a pen in his hand and slammed it on the table. He asked her coldly. You're not going to be a negotiator for the special forces anymore. That was just a temporary measure. Professor, you don't think Xiao would give me a job for personal reasons, do you? Gu Nianji retorted with a smile. Then are you, or are you not? He Jichu ignored her provocation and asked her stubbornly. Gu Nianji could only purse her lips and whisper, No. Okay, then are you free now? I'll be right there. He Jichu hung up. Gu Nianji stared at the phone. He didn't even say where he was. How am I going to find you? She thought about it and sent He Jichu another text. Professor where are you? He Jichu replied to his address at the B University Law Faculty building and went to the bathroom to take a quick shower. He wore a bathrobe with a loose belt and a towel around his neck. He used the towel to dry his hair as he walked. Just as he reached the bedroom, he saw Wen Shuyi come in with a stack of washed and ironed clothes to put in his closet. He Jichu frowned and said with displeasure, Why didn't you knock? Wen Shuyi quickly turned around and saw He Jichu just out of the shower. She said in surprise, Professor you're still in the room? Shouldn't you be at the station at this time? He Jichu finally remembered that he was supposed to go to the Huaxia Empire Sovereign Law Firm for a meeting and meet with his employees. I don't want to go. You can go in my place. He Jichu took a set of clean clothes and walked to the bathroom to change. Biting her lip, Wen Shuyi walked to the bathroom door and asked worriedly, Professor what's wrong? Is he sick? Do you have another headache? After changing, He Jichu opened the bathroom door and walked out. He said dryly, Do I need to explain to you whether I go or not? I'm just worried about Professor He's health. Old Mr. He is very worried about Professor He. Wen Shuyi quickly explained, I'm relieved if you're fine. I'm going to law firm for a meeting now. Wen Shuyi left He Jichu's room and saw that there wasn't much time left. She quickly called the front desk of the Sovereign Descent law firm and told her that Mr. He wouldn't be able to come today. She would be meeting everyone on his behalf. Of course, the employees were very disappointed. They had long wanted to meet this famous boss behind the scenes, but they still hadn't been able to. After Wen Shuyi left, He Jichu walked to the sofa and sat down. He picked up a newspaper and began reading, but he wasn't calm. He kept glancing at his watch and at his personal phone. Gu Nianji arranged to meet with He Jichu and then went to find Yin Shixiang to ask him to find a car for her. She was going to be university in the north of the imperial capital. It was in the north and south of the Special Operations Forces, so they were quite far apart. Yin Shixiang didn't think it was a big deal. Hua Xiaoheng was also looking at the documents and had instructed him not to disturb him. Therefore, he took the initiative to send a car for Gu Nianji. The car was very ordinary, but it looked a bit strange for such an ordinary car to have a driver. Gu Nianji sat in the car and thought to herself that if she put a taxi sign on the car, people would probably be waving for it. She drove out of the Special Operations Forces and encountered a traffic jam. She had no choice but to take out her phone to play games. After a full hour, the traffic in front of her finally began to move. At that moment, He Jichu's call came in. He asked unhappily, Gu Nianji, you're late again? What reason do you have this time? Gu Nianji was tongue-tied in the car. She stared at the snake-like traffic in front of her and said unhappily, Professor there's a traffic jam. Also, we didn't agree on a time. How can you say I'm late? He Jichu said coldly, You're still trying to find excuses? It's only a 45-minute drive from where you live to the campus, but you're not even here after 2:45 minutes. Gu Nianji had dawdled earlier and asked Yin Shixiang to transfer the car. That was why she had wasted so much time. Now that there was a traffic jam, there was nothing she could do. Professor I don't have a helicopter. I can't just arrive whenever I want. Gu Nianji could only smile apologetically. You're a magnanimous person. Don't argue with me. She then immediately said, Don't worry. In another, she turned to ask the driver beside her, How much longer until we arrive? The driver looked at the traffic and the length of the road and estimated a number. About another half an hour. Gu Nianji quickly told He Jichu, I'll be there in another half an hour. He Jichu's frown deepened, but he didn't say anything else. He hung up and put his hands in his trouser pockets. He walked to the window and looked down from the 28th floor. The roads around the university didn't seem to be stuck in traffic from a distance. He looked down and swiped the map on his phone. He discovered that there was indeed a traffic jam on the ring highway from the Special Operations Forces to B University. The long red line was annoying to look at. Half an hour later, Gunyinji's car finally arrived at the south gate of B University. They didn't have a pass to B University, so they couldn't drive directly into the campus. Gunyinji didn't mind. She got out of the car and bent over to speak to the driver. She asked him to find a place to park and wait for her to come out so they could go back together. The driver was responsible for Gunyinji's transportation. He patiently listened to Gunyinji and confirmed her phone number before driving away. Gunyinji straightened her back and was about to turn around to enter the school gate when she heard a snicker from behind. She remembered the woman's voice. Although she had only heard it once, and it was more than 10 days ago, she remembered it clearly. She couldn't help it. Her memory was just that good. Gunyinji gave herself a mental thumbs up and walked forward without looking back. The voice belonged to Prime Minister Do's youngest daughter, Do Ayan. "Oh, you have a private car? Who's the driver?" Do Ayan had already walked over and was smiling at Gunyinji. Gunyinji turned around and saw Do Ayan wearing a bright red cashmere tunic. She was tall and had long, wavy hair flowing down her back. She was very beautiful and much prettier than her older sister, Do Qingyan. Beside her stood two young girls in light blue and pink cashmere coats, respectively. Perhaps they were her classmates or her attendants. Gunyinji glanced at them and ignored them. She continued to walk towards the south gate. Do Ayan didn't expect someone to ignore her. She froze and chased after her. "Hey, I'm talking to you. What's wrong with you?" Gunyinji stopped in her tracks and turned to look at her. "May I ask who you are? Are you talking to me? Then please be polite. You don't recognize me?" Do Ayan didn't expect Gunyinji to pretend not to know her. "You were a guest at my house a few days ago. How can you not remember me so soon?" The other two young girls beside Do Ayan also laughed. "You're so good at pretending." Gunyinji gripped the strap of her backpack. She smiled. "I've been invited to many people's houses. If the host didn't introduce himself, I really wouldn't remember." "All right, you're blocking my way. Please move aside." Do Ayan watched as she walked to the school gates and exchanged a few words with the campus police before entering. Do Ayan stomped her foot. What's so great about her? She only got to do this because she was licking Hua Xiao's boots. She's just an orphan girl. What's there to be arrogant about? Once Hua Xiao has a wife, you'll show your true colors. This was the first watch, a reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. 7 p.m., the next watch. Moi. Chapter 289. Do Ayan angrily followed behind Gunyinji. The two girls beside her were her friends who also studied at B University but weren't law students. Their fathers were Prime Minister Do's subordinates and had close ties with the Do family. They also had a good relationship with Do Ayan at school. Do Ayan usually got along well with her classmates at school and never put on the airs of the Prime Minister's daughter. Today, however, she was angered by the pretentious Gunyinji in front of her. "Ayan, who's she?" "Don't be angry. It's not worth getting angry with that kind of person." The girl in the light blue cashmere coat asked quietly. "You seem to know her well? Who's close to that kind of person?" Do Ayan rolled her eyes. "She's an orphan and grew up with Major General Hua." "Does she think she's the general's daughter? He didn't even adopt her, okay?" "Oh, I've never heard of her." The two girls looked at each other in surprise. They had also attended the banquet at the Prime Minister's official residence that day, but had been too busy socializing with their friends to pay attention to anything else. After the incident with Do Ayan's sister, their attention was completely drawn to the photos. The two girls became interested at the mention of Major General Hua. "Is that the man in your sister's photo? Oh my, he's so handsome." "Not only is he handsome, but he's also very handsome. You don't know how hard it is to find a man who's pleasing to the eye these days. Being handsome is already a blessing. And he's so handsome that it takes one's breath away. TSK. If I could be with him, I'd be willing to shorten my life by 10 years. Do Ayan frowned at the infatuated comments of her two friends. "You both think Major General Hua is handsome. He's more than handsome. He's handsome, beautiful, and handsome to the point of flying. The girl in the pink cashmere coat was clearly even more infatuated, her arms folded in front of her, her eyes sparkling. The last time I saw him in the photo, I couldn't help but want to scream. Too bad I didn't get to see him with my own eyes when he came to your house in person. What a shame. Yes, yes, yes. Me too. I regretted it so much at the time. If I'd known earlier, I wouldn't have wasted my time with those punks. I wouldn't have missed the opportunity to see Major General Hua with my own eyes. Do-Ayan thought back to the first time she saw Hua Xiaoheng that night, and shook her head with a smile. I still think, Professor, he is better looking. She blushed. Her two friends were so engrossed in their infatuation that they did not notice her strange behavior. The three of them could not help but walk behind Gunyinji. Gunyinji had long noticed that the Prime Minister's youngest daughter was still following behind her. She didn't care. Firstly, they were walking on B University's campus in broad daylight. The chances of something happening were too low. Secondly, whenever Gunyinji went out, Hua Xiaoheng had arranged for people to secretly follow and protect her. In the past, she didn't feel it was very obvious, but ever since she met the kidnappers at C University last year, she realized how many people were protecting her from behind for her personal safety. Of course, from then on, Gunyinji had also become more cautious because her own recklessness and willfulness could cost others their lives. Thirdly, as the Prime Minister's beloved daughter, Do-Ayan also had bodyguards secretly following her. Therefore, Gunyinji walked very leisurely and looked around the B University campus. The B University campus was very large. Students usually had to ride bicycles to and from the classrooms, library, and cafeteria. If they didn't have bicycles, they would probably be out of breath from running on foot. They might not even be able to make it from one class to the next in time. Because the university's teaching blocks were very scattered and the university students didn't have a unified classroom for classes, everyone would go to the teaching block according to the timetable when they needed to attend class. Some students even drove their cars to the campus. Gunyinji pulled up the map of the B University campus on her phone and found the closest path to He Jichu's professor's building. Do-Ayan and the others were all thinking about their own thoughts and did not chatter like before. Therefore, they did not notice and lost track of Gunyinji. When they came to their senses, there were several paths leading in all directions, but Gunyinji was nowhere to be seen. Where the hell did she go in the blink of an eye? Do-Ayan stomped her feet angrily. How could she run so fast? Forget it, forget it. Her two friends quickly persuaded her. Who cares? She's not like us. Ayan, didn't you say you wanted to talk to Professor Wen? Let's walk you there. Okay, let's go together. Do-Ayan told Wen Shuyi that she had no classes today, so she was going to ask Wen Shuyi some questions about books. Her two friends also wanted to get to know the famous lawyer He. For people like them, it was always good to have a good relationship with a lawyer. In the end, enemies often crossed each other's path. When the three of them arrived at Wen Shuyi's building, they saw Gunyinji, who had disappeared earlier, was already standing in front of the building. She was wearing a black semi-long leather jacket, which was very slim, and a belt around her waist outlined her slender waist. Underneath the leather jacket, she wore a light yellow sweater with a high collar, which wrapped around her slender neck. Her long hair was tied into a ponytail, which fluttered behind her, making her look very capable and refreshing. On her legs, she wore a pair of knee-high leather boots, which were very thin, which showed the beautiful lines of her calves. Gunyinji stood in front of the building with the phone by her ear, lost in thought. She did not speak and hung up after a while. Why is she here? Do-Ayan muttered to herself and looked in Gunyinji's direction suspiciously. She knew Gunyinji had Major General Hua's support now, so she did not want to argue with her right away. A gentleman's revenge was a dish best served cold. When Major General Hua got married and had a wife, it would be much easier to deal with Gunyinji then. Her two friends also looked at her curiously. Who was she looking for? The three of them were confused when a gentle voice came from behind them. Ayan, you're early. It was Wen Shuyi's voice. She had just arrived in Mercedes and parked in the parking lot in front of the professor's building. This spot was especially valuable because it could only be parked by cars belonging to people with disabilities. Only privileged cars could park there. People like Do Ayan looked at a person's status far more than their clothes and other things. They looked at many other soft qualities. For example, where could one park there? Was the food specially provided or bought from the market? How many tickets could one get for performances by the head of state of the country and National Opera House? Was it a private room or a normal auditorium? When Shuyi's parking spot showed that she had a special status at B University, Do Ayan immediately smiled sweetly and walked up to Wen Shuyi, who had just gotten out of the car. "Professor Wen, is it bad that I came early?" "Of course not." Wen Shuyi patted her face with a smile. "You wouldn't have found me if you came early. I just went to a meeting. If it wasn't for the fact that the meeting ended earlier than expected, you would have had to wait forever." "Oh." Do Ayan rubbed her nose sheepishly. "It's my fault. I won't do it again." When Shuyi smiled warmly at her. "It's fine. I didn't make it clear to you." Do Ayan's two friends saw that when Shuyi was so easy to talk to and couldn't help praising her. "Ayan, is this the professor when you always talk about? She's young, beautiful, and has a successful career. What a goddess." Not only was she young and beautiful, she could also drive a luxury car and park in a privileged parking spot. Unexpectedly, when Shuyi shook her head humbly. "You're too kind. I only got this because of Professor He. I'm his teaching assistant. This treatment is all because of him." Do Ayan immediately felt embarrassed as soon as she heard Jichu's name. She ran her hand through her hair and pretended to be calm as she asked, "Professor He?" "Yeah. Is he here too?" When Shuyi glanced at her with a smile, she took out her Hermes Kelly bag from the car and pouted. "Let's go. We'll know when we see him." The four of them walked forward together, and when Shuyi also saw Gun Yinji standing at the entrance of the professor's building. She had already stopped talking on the phone and had one hand in her leather jacket pocket, the other holding the strap of her backpack as she stared at the entrance of the professor's building in a daze. It was the second watch, a reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 290. When Shuyi saw that Gunyinji was also there and instantly understood why Jichu suddenly didn't want to go to the meeting. She suppressed the uneasiness in her heart and shook her head calmly, raising a hand to Do Ayan. "Wait, I have something to do." Do Ayan and her two friends stopped in their tracks curiously and watched as when Shuyi walked towards Gunyinji. "Nyinji, are you here to see Professor He?" When Shuyi asked with a friendly smile when she arrived in front of Gunyinji. Gunyinji calmly turned to look at Wen Shuyi and smiled back. "Hello, teaching assistant Wen. Yes, I'm here to see Professor He." Do Ayan and her friends were standing not far from Gunyinji and could hear her. Now that she heard Gunyinji say she was looking for Professor He, Do Ayan's mind buzzed and she couldn't hear anything else. That one sentence brought back all the old and new hatred she had for Gunyinji and her guardian, Major General Hua. Major General Hua's indifference to her sister, the disaster her sister had caused, and the humiliation she had felt at being ignored by Gunyinji at the school gates all flooded her mind. Do Ayan pursed her lips and slowly walked over to Wen Shuyi. By the time she reached Wen Shuyi's side, her expression had changed. She smiled as she took Wen Shuyi's arm and looked Gunyinji up and down. "Do you remember who I am now?" Gunyinji raised an eyebrow. She didn't understand why the two of them were together. Wen Shuyi had once saved Gunyinji's life, so Gunyinji didn't want to be rude in front of her. She averted her eyes and said calmly, "I'm sorry, I still don't remember your name." "You really don't remember me?" Do Ayan sneered, but secretly glanced at Wen Shuyi from the corner of her eye. She was surprised to see that Professor Wen didn't seem to be repulsed by her actions, and even smiled slightly. Do Ayan had always been good at reading people's expressions since she was young, and this time she was even bolder. She crossed her arms and snorted at Gunyinji. "Stop pretending. Everyone knows about my sister and Major General Hua. How can you not know who I am?" Gunyinji hadn't expected Do Ayan to bring up her sister, Do Qingyan, in order to force her to admit that she knew her. In Gunyinji's opinion, if something like this had happened to her own sister, she would never mention it to anyone else. Not only would she not mention herself, but she would also change the subject as soon as someone mentioned it. She didn't expect Do Ayan to throw caution to the wind like this. Moreover, Gu Nianji had interrogated Wen Shuyi and He Ji-chu as the Special Operations Forces negotiator for Do Qingyin's case. If that was the case, it would be difficult to pretend that he didn't know Do Ayan. Gu Nianji hesitated. Actually, if Do Ayan had spoken to her nicely and not used such a condescending and rude attitude, she wouldn't have acted as if she didn't know her. Do Ayan saw Gu Nianji's hesitation and thought she was giving in to Wen Shuyi. She quickly said, "Stop pretending and tell me." When Gu Nianji heard this, her stubbornness returned. She smiled and said, "Who is your sister? I don't know which woman Hua Xiao is involved with, so I don't know where your sister is. Even your sister doesn't know who you are, so of course she doesn't know who you are. You don't even know my sister? Now I'm sure you're really pretending." Do Ayan laughed coldly and shook her head. "Forget it. If you don't know her, then you don't know her. I don't care. Professor Wen, let's go sit at your place." Wen Shuyi nodded with a smile and said to Gu Nianji, "Nianji, do you want to come with us?" Gu Nianji was about to shake her head when Do Ayan, who was feeling very uncomfortable, said, "Why are you looking for Professor He? If you want to transfer schools, you have to talk to the faculty. It's useless for you to talk to him. You have to ask Major General Hua." She thought that Gu Nianji was looking for Professor He for the same reason she was looking for Wen Shuyi. She wanted to get close to the two men. She had only managed to get close to Wen Shuyi. Gu Nianji was only a student from another school and didn't have a biological father who was the prime minister. She only had a nominal guardian, Major General Hua. Do Ayan didn't believe it at all. Gu Nianji was tired of listening to Do Ayan brag about her school. She glanced at Do Ayan's face and said dryly, "I don't need to transfer schools. I'm already a student at B University." "You already are? Which faculty?" "Law faculty." Gu Nianji smiled, but felt a bit sick inside. She didn't want to argue with people like Do Ayan anymore. "You're also a law student? Ha 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 ha. I think you didn't check your almanac when you went out today. Diddly gooey, meatly cooey." Do Ayan couldn't help laughing. Her earlier gloominess about Gu Nianji was gone. "I'm also a law student. I'm a freshman this year, and I know almost all of my freshmen, sophomores, juniors, and even seniors. I've never seen you before." Gu Nianji smiled. "That's because I'm not a freshman, sophomore, junior, or even a senior. Are you satisfied now?" Do Ayan blinked at Gu Nianji. She didn't understand. Not a freshman, sophomore, junior, or senior. Then what year are you? Aren't you only 18? Did you just graduate from high school and just get into university? Now's not the time for college entrance exams. Gu Nianji finally couldn't help but roll her eyes. Prime Minister Do's eldest daughter was an idiot, and this youngest daughter was an idiot. They were both arrogant pieces of trash. "I graduated last year and am now a postgraduate student at B University's Faculty of Law. Professor He is my instructor." "Student who loves to check accounts. Are you satisfied now?" Do Ayan's face flushed red, then quickly turned purple. She glared at Gu Nianji. You're really only 18. You didn't change your age, did you? Graduate with a master's degree at 18? Do you think I'm stupid? Do you think I believe that?" Gu Nianji, suddenly remembered by Jeannie, who had changed her age in order to retain the title of Genius Girl. She giggled and shook her head. "I'm an orphan. I don't have the power to change my age. You think too highly of me, classmate." Wen Shuyi watched them intently from the side and didn't say a word. She only smiled encouragingly at Do Ayan when she panicked. Do Ayan suddenly remembered the car Gu Nianji had taken when she arrived. She sneered. "That's not necessarily true. Even I don't have a private car. Miss Gu, you're an orphan, but you have your own private car and chauffeur." "What private car and chauffeur?" Wen Shuyi looked very interested. "Nianji, did General Hua prepare it for you?" Gu Nianji became cautious and shook her head in denial. "Of course not. That was an Uber car I found. I had to pay for it. What's wrong? Why are you guys looking at me like I'm a magnifying glass?" She turned her head, her eyes flashing as she looked at Do Ayan. "And you, I don't even know what your name is. I can't believe you're trying to dig up my background and make me write down my birthday to you, right? Let me tell you, you're invading my privacy by doing this. I can also send you a lawyer's letter." The two girls with Do Ayan burst out laughing. They pointed at Gu Nianji. You think you can send her a lawyer's letter? Oh my, now I really believe you don't know who she is. They looked at Do Ian. Ian, don't talk to people who are different from you. It's lowering your status and lowering your status. Gunyinji nodded. I think you're right too, so I won't keep you company. You guys go ahead and have fun. She stepped aside to let them in first. Wen Shuyi was full of smiles and was about to say a few more words when she suddenly caught a glimpse of a tall and handsome figure standing at the entrance of the professor's building from the corner of her eye. She didn't know how long he had been standing there, but his gaze was heavy and cold as he looked over. It was Ijichu. Wen Shuyi shuddered, but quickly calmed down and smiled at Gunyinji. She didn't even have time to say a few words to Gunyinji before Ijichu strode over with his hands in his trouser pockets. Looking at Gunyinji with displeasure, "Hurry up and come up. I've been waiting for you." Gunyinji quickly replied, "Hello, Professor He. I tried to call you earlier but couldn't get through." This was a first watch. Just a reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. 7 p.m. the next watch. Chapter 291. Ijichu had been busy with work on his computer and had his headset on, so he missed Gunyinji's call. By the time he realized it, Gunyinji had already hung up. He only saw a text from Gunyinji that she was already downstairs. Ijichu decided not to call her and went downstairs to pick her up. He hadn't expected to witness such a good show with his own eyes. As soon as Do Ian saw Ijichu, her usual sharp tongue, cleverness, and vivacity all flew out the window. Other than blushing, her heart raced, and her yes man, she couldn't think of any way to flirt with him. She watched helplessly as Ijichu held Gunyinji's arm as they walked to the entrance of the professor's building and entered the elevator in front of them. The elevator doors slowly closed in front of her eyes, the red light went off, and the elevator went up. She could no longer see the people inside. Do Ian snapped out of her daze and looked at Wen Shuyi. "Professor Wen, is what she said true?" Wen Shuyi smiled and nodded. "Of course it's true. Ian, be careful in the future and don't make things difficult for Gunyinji. She's the only master's student personally taught by Professor He, so she has a special background. You understand?" "Oh? Did she really graduate at the age of 18 and got into Professor He's master's program?" Do Ian's heart felt like it was in free fall from a 30-story building. Her ears were filled with the howling of the wind, so loud it drowned out all other sounds. It was like a loud ringing in her ears. Wen Shuyi looked at her and laughed. "What's the big deal? I also graduated from university when I was 18. Professor Wen, you're different. You graduated at 18. I completely believe you." As for her, Do Ian couldn't help pouting. "Let's keep our doubts to ourselves for now." Wen Shuyi smiled, but didn't say anything. She led Do Ian and her two friends to the entrance of the professor's building. The four of them entered the elevator together and went up to the 28th floor. When Shuyi pointed to room A across the way, "Professor, he lives there. I live in room B." The professor's building was for advanced specialists. There were 2 elevators in the building, and only special access cards allowed access to their own floors. It was very private. Do Ian and her 2 friends looked at room A for a while before following Wen Shuyi into her suite. Gunyinji had already followed Ijichu to the 28th floor and entered Ijichu's room A. This was a huge suite with 3 bedrooms, 3 living rooms, and 3 bathrooms. There was also a kitchen, a sunroom, a gym, and a small conference room. It completely met the teaching needs of a professor. Even if Ijichu didn't go to the academic building, he could teach his graduate students here. Gunyinji sat in Ijichu's sunroom with a cup of cappuccino in her hand. Sunlight shone in through the floor-to-ceiling glass window. The green plants in the room were lush and lush. There were a few hanging pots of spider plants of unknown species that seemed to be about to bloom. A faint orchid fragrance flowed in the sunroom. Gunyinji took a deep breath and complimented Ijichu with a smile. "Professor He, your sunroom is really tasteful and very comfortable. The air seems fresher than anywhere else." Ijichu's expression was cold as he looked at the internship report that Gunyinji had given him to sign. He confirmed again, "You're really no longer a negotiator for the Special Operations Forces, right?" "Absolutely not. I can swear. Gu Nianji raised her right hand. There's no need. He Jichu nodded indifferently and wrote his name on her internship report in a flourish. He handed it back to her and asked, "Is there anything else? Also, I'd like you to endorse me so I could be Annie Song's defense lawyer in court." Gu Nianji said carefully, "This is something I want to do, and it's related to my profession." "Professor you'll agree, right?" "Who's Annie Song?" He Jichu asked non-committally as he took a sip of coffee. Gu Nianji grunted and thought about it. She decided to tell him the truth. It's Hua Xiao's mother. His mother is also a victim in this case. "So it's a Hua family matter?" He Jichu put down his coffee cup and tapped his fingers on the glass coffee table. He looked at Gu Nianji thoughtfully. "Are you really going to meddle in their family matters?" "I can't say I'm going to meddle." Gu Nianji patiently explained to He Jichu. "Annie Song has been insane for 16 years, and her treatment was delayed by Genie. Anyone would be angry at something like that." "Me too." "Stop right there." He Jichu's expression darkened as he reached out to stop her from continuing. "If you're going to defend your Annie Song just because you're angry, then I won't help you." "Why?" Gu Nianji didn't understand. Her large, watery eyes widened. Her inky black irises were like the dark, starry sky, reflecting the stars in the sky. It was very moving. He Jichu's heart skipped a beat when he saw those eyes. He closed his eyes and said, "As a lawyer, have you forgotten your professionalism? Using emotions to replace rational judgment will lead to errors in judgment. Not only will you lose the case, but you may also go astray." Gu Nianji didn't speak for a long time. She thought about it for a while and refuted He Jichu. Using emotions to replace rational judgment definitely won't work. Not only does it lack the professionalism that a lawyer should have, but it's also very disrespectful to the client. But I believe that a lawyer can't do without their own emotions and standpoint. If you're only defending for the sake of defending and make an issue out of legal provisions and procedures, even if you win the case, it'll be like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. It's not a long-term solution. You think so? He Jichu raised his eyebrows in surprise. Then you must first agree with the client emotionally before you accept the client's case? You can say that. Gu Nianji smiled helplessly. If Professor He thinks I'm not professional on this, then I'm indeed not very professional at the moment. Maybe I'll be calmer in the future and deal with my business without any personal emotions. That's not something I can do right now. He Jichu sat on the sofa and propped his head up with one hand. He half closed his eyes and thought for a long time before saying, "Fine, you just graduated, so it's understandable that you're so passionate. I'll believe you this once." Gu Nianji's eyes lit up, and she suddenly became happy. "Professor, he is willing to endorse me?" "Yes." He Jichu stood up. "Come with me to the study." Gu Nianji quickly followed him to the study with a smile. When she arrived at He Jichu's study, Gu Nianji quickly looked around and couldn't help admiring it in her heart. He Jichu's study was completely decorated in black and white. It was very clean and crisp. The large desk was a long black surface with 4 stainless steel pillars. It didn't even have a drawer, and a row of stainless steel, safe-like filing cabinets lined the side of the desk. An all-in-one Apple computer was placed on the desk. He Jichu sat in the computer chair behind the desk, and a tree-like floor lamp extended from the back of the computer chair to fall right on top of He Jichu's head. The LED light was bright and soft, and most importantly, it was very protective. On the south wall of the study was a large French window with automatic sound-activated blinds. Both sides of blinds were soundproof curtains with black and white linings. On the west and east walls were 2 rows of bookcases that covered the entire wall. In the middle of the study was a circle of small sofas with simple designs, probably for guests to sit and chat. In the middle of the sofa was a round coffee table with a plate of fruit and several bottles of unopened bottled water. The floor was polished ebony, and the ceiling was equipped with a recessed ceiling light. The ceiling light wasn't turned on at the moment, and only the tree-like floor lamp behind He Jichu's computer chair was turned on. Gu Nianji sat on a square stool across from He Jichu's desk. She rested her arms on the desk and watched with interest as He Jichu typed on the keyboard. An endorsement for a prospective lawyer who had passed the bar exam but hadn't yet met the work experience requirement needed to sign a special document. Hijichu downloaded the document from the Ministry of Justice's website, filled out the contents, and printed it out in 3 copies. He signed each one. He handed the 3 signed endorsement documents to Gunyinji and pointed them out to her. You also sign here. Gunyinji carefully read the 3 endorsement documents before neatly signing her name on them. With Hijichu's endorsement, it meant that Gunyinji's defense lawyer qualifications also had Hijichu's support. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, Hijichu couldn't be by Genie's defense lawyer from a legal perspective. It was the second watch, a reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 292. This was Gunyinji's first time defending herself in court, so of course she didn't want to go up against a big shot like Hijichu. She had been worried that the Bais would hire Hijichu as their defense lawyer. If Hijichu really became the Bai's defense lawyer, Gunyinji would have to find another way. She felt that she wouldn't be able to win against Hijichu in court for the time being. Fortunately, Hijichu didn't make it difficult for her. Gunyinji smiled happily. After signing, Hijichu faxed a copy of the document to the Ministry of Justice for filing. Only then was the entire procedure complete. Gunyinji picked up a document and kissed it. She said happily, "I'm a practicing lawyer now." "Temporary. You're just a temp." Hijichu raised his eyebrows and mercilessly destroyed Gunyinji's happiness. Gunyinji didn't think much of it. She put the document into her backpack and smiled. "Even if it's temporary, it's fine as long as it works." "Professor I'm so happy that I don't have to be your opponent." Hijichu pursed his lips. He knew what she was happy about, but still reminded her, "You don't have to be afraid of me. There are many powerful lawyers in the Huaxia Empire. With a Bai's background, they can hire any one of them. You're just a rookie, so it won't be easy to beat them, even with Major General Hua's support." It wasn't that the Bais hadn't approached his law firm in the United States. Hijichu had flatly refused because he didn't want to get involved in the Huaxia Empire's infighting. He hadn't expected Gunyinji to be his opponent. Hijichu didn't want to think about going back on his word, nor did he want to think about how to deal with his American partners. He never changed his mind about what he had decided, except when it came to Gunyinji. Gunyinji didn't know how her request would affect Hijichu. She excitedly took out the notes she had prepared from her backpack and printed out a thick stack of A4 paper. "Professor this is my homework related to the case. Can you take a look at it for me?" Hijichu didn't look at the notes she had prepared. His shimmering almond-shaped eyes narrowed as he looked at her meaningfully. "Nyinji, this is a great opportunity to train. In order to make it more challenging and difficult for you, I won't be participating. I'll carefully observe your performance and find out what you need to improve. But before that, you have to rely on yourself to open up the situation." Gunyinji froze for a moment before sheepishly retrieving the notes she had prepared and slowly putting them back in her backpack. Glancing at Gunyinji's disappointed expression, Hijichu looked away and said coldly, "You're not about to face a mock court, nor are you going to debate homework. You're actually going to fight the defendant's lawyer in court. Don't tell me you want me to go through every debate for you?" "Of course not." Gunyinji bit her lip. "It's not that I want Professor to help me with this. It's just that this case has almost no witnesses or physical evidence, and it's been going on for 10 years. I don't know if I'm going in the right direction. If the direction was wrong from the start, then no matter how hard she tried, she would never reach the destination." Hijichu pursed his lips and extended his hand to Gunyinji. "Give it to me." "What? Your notes?" "Let me see," Hijichu said impatiently. "Hurry up, I don't have much time." Gunyinji felt like it hurt her self-esteem. She stubbornly shook her head. "No need, Professor What you said earlier was very well said. Indeed, I can't push my luck. I've been counting on you." She stood up and bowed to Hijichu. "Sorry for disturbing Professor Goodbye." Hijichu didn't say anything. He had been sitting on his computer chair the entire time. He looked up at Gunyinji. His expression was unreadable, and his expression was grim. However, he didn't call out to her. Hijichu waited until Gunninji was almost at the door of the study before pressing a hidden button under the desk. The door to the study was locked with a click. Gunninji knew something was wrong as soon as her hand touched the lock. She tried to turn the lock left and right, but it didn't budge. She couldn't help but sigh softly. She looked up at the ceiling for a while to calm down. When she had completely calmed down, Gunninji turned to look at Hijichu. "Professor He, please open the door. I said I wanted to see your notes. If you don't let me see them, you can't leave this room today." Hijichu leaned back in his chair and folded his arms slightly in front of his chest. His gaze was firm and unquestionable. Gunninji hugged her backpack and said stubbornly, "You already rejected me just now. There's only one chance, and there's no more after that." Gunninji didn't mean anything else when she said this, but to Hijichu, it was like a nuclear bomb exploding in his head. A mushroom cloud filled the sky. His expression changed abruptly, and the corners of his eyes quickly turned red. He rushed out from behind the desk and strode forward. Almost instantly, he was in front of Gunninji. He stretched out his hand and strangled Gunninji. "What did you say? Say it again." Gunninji's stubbornness really came. She threw away the backpack in her hand and quickly grabbed Hijichu's hand that was strangling her neck. She used the small grappling technique that she had learned in the Special Operations Forces to twist and release her hand, but she couldn't break free from Hijichu's hand. Hijichu was still in a state of rage, and when he realized that Gunninji was actually trying to break free of his shackles, he became even more furious. His mind buzzed and mist filled his eyes. He heard his own voice squeezed out from between his teeth as he asked her in a suppressed voice, "Why is there only one chance? Why can't you wait after that? It's not my fault that I can't find you. I've been looking for you for so many years." His voice was chilly and condensed, like a block of ice, but his heart was burning hot, raging with rage. Gunninji struggled with all her might, but Hijichu didn't hesitate to firmly clamp her hands together behind her back. His other hand wrapped around the back of her neck, and he looked at her with an unsteady breath. His shimmering almond-shaped eyes were filled with cold despair. Gunninji was truly frightened now. She used all her strength to struggle, but Hijichu pressed her heavily against the back of the door and couldn't move. She didn't expect the tall and elegant Hijichu to have such explosive power when he was angry. His arms were strong and strong. He pressed her shoulders tightly against the door of the study. The corners of Hijichu's eyes were red, and his entire body was exuding anger. He held the back of her neck firmly and looked down at her. His expression was cold, but his gaze was incomparably hot. It was like ice and fire had gathered together. Gunninji finally broke down and cried, "Let me go. Professor He, please, let me go." She shook her head desperately, and tears quickly rolled down her cheeks. Hijichu stared at her steadily. He looked at her tear-stained face, her terrified expression, and her hoarse screams. It was like a rope that bound him so tightly that he couldn't move an inch. He remained motionless with his hands around the back of Gunninji's neck. Just like that, he stopped at an arm's length away, unable to take another step. Gunninji cried her heart out, and her entire body trembled. She was truly afraid at this moment. She never thought that the elegant Hijichu would be like this when he was angry. After an indeterminate amount of time, Hijichu finally took a deep breath and let go of the back of Gunninji's head. He placed his hands on her back and slowly soothed her up and down. He said in a hoarse voice, "Ninji, I'm sorry. I mistook you for someone else." Gunninji's entire body shook from crying. She choked out, "Mistook you for someone else? You can do this just because you mistook me for someone else? Only a ghost would believe you. Get out. Get out. I want to sue you for harassing your own student." Hijichu let go of her hands dejectedly and turned to leave. His tall figure was extremely lonely and desolate. He walked back to the sofa in the middle of the study and sat down. Looking at the fruit bowl on the coffee table, he said dryly, "If you want to sue me, go ahead. I won't refute you. I'll punish you however I want. Don't worry, if I quibble, Hijichu, will die here for the rest of my life. Gun Yinji had always been amenable to coaxing, but not coercion. If Ji-Chu tried to quibble, Gun Yinji would definitely fight him to the end. But seeing his dejected and unrepentant posture, she didn't know how to continue. She picked up her backpack from the floor and hugged it to her chest. Sobbing, she said, "Professor He, please open the door. I want to go out." Ji-Chu had no intention of opening the door. He pointed to the sofa across from him. His cool and aloof voice became hoarse. "Ninji, sit with me for a while, okay?" This was the first watch, a reminder of the monthly votes and recommendation votes. 7 o'clock the next watch. Chapter 293. Gun Yinji looked at him suspiciously and refused to walk over. Ji-Chu waited for a while, but when Gun Yinji still didn't come over, he cocked his head to look at her. He then took out a revolver from his waist and placed it on the coffee table. Gun Yinji's face paled in fear, and she asked fearfully, Professor He, what are you doing?" Ji-Chu looked at the revolver and said coldly, "You don't have to be afraid. I said it won't happen again, so it won't happen again. If you don't believe me, this gun is fully loaded. Hold in your hand and point it at me. I know you're a good shot, but no matter how strong I am, I can't beat a gun. You're relieved now?" The corners of Gun Yinji's mouth twitched. She now had a deeper understanding of Ji-Chu's mood swings. She looked up at the recessed ceiling light and regretted for the first time ever taking Ji-Chu's master's exams. But at the time, she didn't know Ji-Chu was like this. Of course, Ji-Chu's reputation had always been very good. She had never heard of him harassing female students, and the school was full of stories about how female students racked their brains to flirt with him, only to be despised by him. Why would Ji-Chu treat her like this? Gun Yinji reflected on herself. Had she given Ji-Chu the wrong signal in some way to make him think she was interested in him? She had made it very clear. "Professor He, what happened today scared me. I really don't want to talk about it anymore. I want to go home." Gun Yinji was very determined and refused to walk over. Ji-Chu didn't insist anymore. He sat alone on the sofa and looked at the revolver on the coffee table. He said indifferently, "I came to the Huaxiao Empire to find someone. You look a lot like her. Look a lot like her." Gun Yinji touched her face. "Really? Do you have a photo?" Ji-Chu shook his head, then nodded. "The photo is in my hometown. I didn't bring it here." "You didn't bring it?" Gun Yinji still didn't believe him. He said he was looking for someone but didn't bring a photo. Who would believe him? She cursed silently. Ji-Chu seemed to know what she was thinking. He smiled bitterly and muttered to himself, "Actually, it doesn't matter if I bring her or not. I can't find her." He clutched his head and leaned forward, his elbows on his knees, his body arched on the sofa. He didn't have his usual coldness and nobility, nor did he have his usual indifference and loneliness, only helplessness and panic. This was the first time Gun Yinji had seen the powerful professor he show such weakness. She pursed her lips and silently lowered her head. Feeling a little strange, she asked again, "Who is she to you? Are they relatives?" "I guess so." She understood now. The preferential treatment she had received from Ji-Chu for the past 6 months was because she had become someone else's substitute. No wonder Ji-Chu treated her so well. Gun Yinji hugged her backpack and rummaged through it as she whispered, "Don't be discouraged, Professor He. Maybe things will turn around in the future." Ji-Chu turned to look at her. How will we know if we don't try?" Gun Yinji took out a wet tissue from her backpack and wiped her face clean of tears. Fortunately, she hadn't put on makeup, otherwise she would have looked even worse. Ji-Chu sighed softly. "Yinji, you really don't have to be so guarded against me. I was too upset just now. I lied to myself for so long and only realized today. I won't force it anymore. Really, it won't happen again." "It's hard to say," Gun Yinji muttered. She didn't really believe Ji-Chu. "What did you say?" "I said, it's hard to say." Gun Yinji mustered up her courage. "I won't be at ease until you find the person you're looking for." "Haha, you're overthinking it." Ji-Chu looked up, the bitterness in his eyes about to turn into tears. "Actually, I only truly accepted the truth after seeing you cry so sadly today. Although it's cruel, I still have to say that I can't find her anymore. Hijichu tilted his head to look at Gunyinji, his shimmering almond-shaped eyes glistening with tears. Gunyinji froze. The aloof professor, he was actually about to cry. When she looked at him carefully, Hijichu had already looked away. Gunyinji asked him tentatively, Professor He, do you want me to help you think of a way? Well, Xiao knows a lot of people and has a lot of connections. Maybe he can help you find the person you're looking for. Hijichu turned to look in the direction of the French windows and shook his head. No need. Ninji, thank you. Please don't tell Hua, Xiao, and the others. This is a private matter between me and her. I don't want anyone else to know. Why? Because she's someone I can never let go of for the rest of my life. Hijichu lowered his head. His voice seemed to come from the depths of his heart. It was full of regret and self-blame. She's been with me since she could walk. I never thought she would leave me. But one day, I went out and came home to find that she had already disappeared. I started looking for her. I looked for her everywhere. After searching for so many years, I thought I would find her traces. But when I came here, I realized everything was different. Oh, really? Then you found her? Seeing Hijichu in so much pain, Gunyinji felt even more uneasy. She had always been curious, but this time she didn't want to ask. Haha, it's not what you think. She probably isn't in this world anymore. Hijichu smiled sadly and apologized to Gunyinji again. I'm sorry, Ninji. I shouldn't have thought of you as her substitute as soon as I saw your photo. I really miss her. Gunyinji smiled awkwardly. It's good that you've thought it through, Professor He. I only know now that my good luck was all thanks to that girl in your family. Please don't give up. If you find her one day, please say hello and thank her for me. You're a good girl. Hijichu sighed. Although I don't have any hope of finding her, if that day comes, I will definitely pass on your words. Gunyinji nodded. Okay, thank you, Professor He. Hijichu stood up. I'm sorry for the fright today. He paused. Are you sure you don't want to show me the notes you prepared and discuss the case with me? Gunyinji shook her head. No, Professor He. I want to go home. Pausing, she whispered, I won't tell anyone about what happened today. This meant she wouldn't report him to the school. Professors harassing students was a very serious charge in the United States. Professors could lose their teaching positions or even go to jail. The punishment in the Huaxiao Empire might not be as severe, but it was a fatal blow to a professor's reputation. Hijichu was very clear about these rules, so when he heard Gunyinji say she wouldn't report him, he was still shocked. He walked to Gunyinji and stopped about a meter away from her. Gunyinji immediately put on a vigilant expression. Hijichu smiled bitterly and folded his hands behind his back. See, you're still very wary of me. I'll be fine after a while, but I can't be the same today. Gunyinji was very honest. Professor He, you really scare me just now. I'm really sorry. Hijichu put both hands in his trouser pockets and stared at Gunyinji's bright face. It was like he was trying to engrave her face into his mind. I don't want to say it now, it's fine. Gunyinji smiled sheepishly and avoided Hijichu's burning gaze. May I go now? I'll walk you down. Hijichu reached out to enter the code on the door lock and opened the door. Gunyinji quickly strode out and waved at him. Professor He, you're busy. You don't have to walk me out. It's fine. Let's go. Hijichu walked quietly beside her and walked out of the suite with her. When Shuyi's door opened at the same time. When Shuyi was wearing a milky white sweater and was walking Do-Ayan and her two friends out. When Shuyi froze when she saw Hijichu and Gunyinji come out as well. She quickly smiled. Professor He is going out? I'll walk Ninji down. Hijichu didn't look at her and led Gunyinji into the elevator. Do-Ayan was overjoyed. She rushed into the elevator and stood beside Hijichu. Professor He, I'm Ayan. Do you remember me? Hijichu nodded indifferently. Second Miss Do. Do-Ayan had been by Hijichu's side the entire time at the banquet at the Prime Minister's official residence. How could she not remember? It was the second watch, a reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Good night, sweethearts. Chapter 294. Professor He. Are you going downstairs? Let's go together, okay? Do Ian took a small step forward and pushed Gu Ninji to the side. Gu Ninji couldn't have asked for more and shrank into a corner of the elevator, far away from Hijichu. Hijichu saw Gu Ninji like this and didn't reject her approach. He allowed her to separate him and Gu Ninji in the elevator. Do Ian's friends saw this and were very happy for Do Ian. They entered the elevator and stood on either side of Gu Ninji, as if to prevent her from getting close to Hijichu and ruining Do Ian's plans. Gu Ninji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She couldn't thank Do Ian enough. These two were overthinking things. She silently stared at the tips of her boots and didn't look up the entire time. The elevator dinged and soon arrived at the lobby downstairs. Hijichu and Do Ian walked out first, followed by Do Ian's friends to prevent Gu Ninji from getting a head start. This was actually what Gu Ninji wanted. She was the last to step out of the elevator and immediately called the driver to pick her up at the south gate. Gu Ninji walked out of the lobby of the professor's building to the plaza in front of the building and bowed to Hijichu. Professor, thank you for your advice. Call me if you have any problems. Hijichu nodded at her. Did you take a taxi or drove here? I took a taxi. I just texted the Uber to wait outside the south gate. Gu Ninji turned and quickly walked away, leaving Hijichu to watch her panic back. Hijichu glanced at her and nodded at Do Ian before walking back to the lobby of the professor's building. In Suite B on the 28th floor, when Shui hid behind the curtains of the French windows in her bedroom, she saw Gu Ninji and Hijichu distancing themselves from each other and shook her head with a sigh. She walked back to her study and wrote letters to old Mr. He and Annie Chin. Gu Ninji got into the car that picked her up and didn't speak on the way back to the military base. When she entered Hua Xiaoheng's official residence, the orderly standing guard at the door blushed when he saw her and stammered, Miss Gu is back. Hua Xiao wants you to go to his office to look for her when you get back. Oh, got it. Thank you. Gu Ninji felt very tired and didn't want to face Hua Xiaoheng right away. She was worried he would notice something was wrong. She quickly returned to her room, put down her backpack, and immediately went to the bathroom to look at herself in the mirror. His eyelids were slightly swollen, his eyes were bloodshot, and his face was excessively pale. Although his hair was tied up in a ponytail, strands of hair had already fallen out. Gu Ninji hurriedly washed her face again, then dripped some eye drops in her eyes and used an eye mask to cover her upper eyelids. She lay quietly on the sofa for 5 minutes. He took off the eye mask and looked at himself in the mirror. His eyelids were no longer swollen and bloodshot. She took out a pink cream blush and patted it on her cheeks, then applied lip gloss. When color returned to her face, she took her laptop to Hua Xiaoheng's office. Hua Xiaoheng's office wasn't too far from his official residence. Gu Ninji wanted to waste time and walked slowly for 20 minutes before arriving. The exterior of the building looked like an oval building from above. The outer building was tall, and the inner building was low like a satellite dish. However, the roof and walls were painted with anti-satellite detection and anti-eavesdropping paint. Gu Ninji arrived at the entrance of the office building and showed her temporary pass to the orderly at the door. He then scanned her fingerprint and iris to confirm the data in the database before letting her in. This security process took nearly 10 minutes before Gu Ninji finally entered the office building of the Special Operations Forces base. As soon as she walked in, she couldn't wear her leather jacket anymore. Gu Ninji held the leather jacket on her arm and followed the road signs to the central office area of the entire office building. Hua Xiaoheng's office was in the core of the central office area. When she arrived at the door, she went through another round of security checks. This time, not only did they recheck her iris and fingerprint, but they also checked her handwriting. Gu Ninji was speechless as she wrote a few crooked words. She frowned and said, Do I have to keep this on file as well? Yes, Miss Gu. The female guard in charge of security checks was very kind. She personally led her to Hua Xiaoheng's office and said to the camera at the door, Lieutenant Colonel Zhao, Miss Gu is here. Zhao Yangzi and Yin Shixiang were Hua Xiaoheng's personal secretaries. If they had to work, they would be in the same office as Hua Xiaoheng. Of course, they rarely worked in their own offices. Zhao Yangza pressed a button to open the door. Gu Yinji walked in with one hand on her leather jacket and a small laptop in the other. "Miss Gu, please come in." It wasn't Zhao Yangza who came out to greet her, but one of his orderlies. The scene made Gu Yinji nervous. She smoothed her hair and tugged at her turtleneck sweater before walking in nervously. Hua Xiaoying's office was also very spacious and bright. The entire roof was open, revealing a transparent bulletproof glass dome. Sunlight shone in through the dome, and the office was warm even without air conditioning in the winter. The room was open plan. It was too big, and the east and west were all office areas. Several sofas surrounded a desk, and the four sides of the same structure. In the middle of the door was a large display cabinet with all kinds of submachine guns. The black muzzles were pointed at the door. Gu Yinji was relatively calm when she came in. She only glanced at it before looking away. "Come with me." Hua Xiaoheng walked out of a small conference room and took the coat from Gu Yinji's arm. He took her hand and led her in. His palms were warm and dry, and he smelled like the sun. Gu Yinji's face instantly flushed. Thousands of thoughts flashed through her mind, but she didn't have time to realize any of them. She was already sitting behind the long oval table in the small conference room. Hua Xiaoheng hung her leather jacket on the hook behind the door and asked her, "Did it go well at school?" Gu Yinji snapped out of her daze and held her cappuccino coffee cup. She smiled and said, "It went well. I was just stuck in traffic for a while." The people in the room were speechless. Zhao Yangza was the first to laugh. "Stuck in traffic, and you call that smooth?" "Of course, it was just a traffic jam. Which day in the imperial capital doesn't have traffic jams?" Gu Yinji smiled as she picked up her coffee cup and took a sip. She asked, "Are you guys in meeting?" Hua Xiaoheng walked over and pulled out a chair beside her to sit down. "Yes, we were discussing Bai Genie's case." Gu Yinji quickly sat up straight and opened her laptop. She pulled up her notes and opened a new chapter. "What was discussed earlier? Do you have a minute?" Hua Xiaoheng asked her first, "Did you get your defense lawyer license settled?" "Of course it's settled. Professor, he endorsed it for me." Gu Yinji took out the document He Jichu had signed for Hua Xiaoheng to see. "It's already on file at the Ministry of Justice." Hua Xiaoheng glanced at it and handed it to Zhao Liangza. "Scan it and archive it. At the same time, check if the Ministry of Justice has completed the paperwork." "Yes, sir." Zhao Yangza immediately scanned and uploaded it. Hua Xiaoheng introduced Gu Yinji to the people in the meeting. "Dr. Zhu, the best medical examiner at the Military General Hospital. He's a senior colonel." Gu Yinji smiled brightly at him. "Medical examiner Zhu is amazing. You're already a senior colonel at such a young age." Gu Yinji thought medical examiner Zhu looked even younger than Chen Lai. Unexpectedly, medical examiner Zhu was smiling happily. He shook his head. "I'm not young anymore. I'm about to turn 40. If we're talking about young, then your Major General Hua is a Major General before he's even 30. There's no other person in the entire country who can match that speed." Gu Yinji's eyes widened. "You're not lying to me, are you? You look like you're 30 at most. Almost 40. How do you take care of yourself? Can you share your insights?" Although medical examiner Zhu was a man, he was overjoyed to receive undisguised compliments from a young and beautiful girl like Gu Yinji. He waved his hands. "I don't take care of myself. I just keep my mood happy and not sulk." "Oh, that's pretty hard." Gu Yinji laughed. "Being able to keep your mood happy and not sulk is already the best I can do." This was the first vote. Let me remind you about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. 7 o'clock the next night. Chapter 295. Medical examiner Zhu laughed cheerfully. "Not at all. I'm actually a medical examiner. Many of my colleagues get depressed after working in this field for a long time, but I don't. Every time I see those bodies waiting to be dissected, I'm glad I'm not only alive, but living a good life. My mood brightens up." Gu Yinji cried and wanted to kneel before medical examiner Zhu. She didn't want to hear about the details of the autopsy at all. She could only secretly make up her mind not to sit with medical examiner Zhu during lunch. This guy looked like the kind of person who would suddenly ask you, What's up with the wound on the third rib on the left chest? When you were enjoying your braised pork ribs? Xiaoheng looked at medical examiner Zhu sternly, and he immediately shut up, no longer lecturing Gu Nianji on the secret ways to maintain health. Gu Nianji saw that Xiaoheng was serious and stopped interrupting. She looked at the middle-aged man next to medical examiner Zhu. The man was a bit fat and had pale skin, the kind that came from not seeing the sun all year round. Xiaoheng introduced the man to Gu Nianji, Director Wang, a veteran of the Special Operations Force's Evidence Identification Department. He's also a senior colonel. Gu Nianji nodded respectfully. Director Wang, please advise me. Director Wang smiled at her, but didn't say anything. Sitting next to Director Wang was a gentle and refined man whose age could not be determined. Unlike Director Wang and Dr. Zhu, who were wearing military uniforms, this man was wearing a navy blue three-piece suit that was very slim-fitting. Gu Nianji had never seen an Asian man wear a suit so quietly and couldn't help looking at him a few more times. The man nodded slightly to Gu Nianji and introduced himself. My name is Dan Bohan, and I'm a practicing psychiatrist. I used to be Hu Xiao's colleague, but I've already retired. Bohan's psychiatrist used to be our secret weapon. Xiaoheng chuckled. Now he's famous all over the world. He went to Europe to further his studies after retiring, and now runs a psychotherapy clinic in the United States. He charges $5,000 per minute to see a patient. Xiaoheng smiled as he spoke. Gu Nianji immediately understood Xiaoheng's intentions. They had hired the best medical examiner to perform an autopsy on Luo Xinchue's body that had been frozen for 10 years. Section Chief Wang, who was proficient in the identification of evidence, must have important evidence for him to check. There was also a world-renowned psychiatrist. He must be here for Bai Jini and Song Jinning's case. These preparations were the best that Xiaoheng could do within his capabilities. Gu nodded politely at Dan Bohan. Mr. Dan is so amazing. Xiaoheng introduced the people in the meeting room and then introduced Gu to them. This is Gu one of the defense lawyers this time. She defended my mother. Let me guess, Miss Gu is less than 20 years old, right? Psychiatrist Dan Bohan's occupational disease was acting up, so he evaluated Gu mental state and professional standards. A girl under the age of 20 is at most a university student. Even if she passed the bar exam in advance, she won't be able to get a license. Therefore, she needs a qualified lawyer with a good record to endorse her. Excuse me, Miss Gu, is this your condition? Gu smiled. More or less. But you haven't graduated from university yet. Even if you have a professional's endorsement, can you guarantee that you will win this lawsuit? With all due respect, Xiao, isn't this too rash? Xiaoheng didn't say anything. He stroked his chin with one hand as he looked at Gu Nianji. Gu resisted the urge to roll her eyes. Next time, I'll definitely wear a pair of black-rimmed glasses and dress like an old man. No one will question my age then. I'm not questioning your age, but with age comes the growth of experience and knowledge. Miss Gu, I hope you can match Xiao's expectations and help us win this lawsuit. Dan Bohan knocked on the table. As far as I know, the Bais spent a lot of money to hire 15 famous lawyers from the largest law firm in the empire, JD Law Firm, to form a team of lawyers to help Bai Jini with the lawsuit. Really? Gu was instantly excited. Her first battle since her debut was against 15 of the most famous lawyers in the country. Was this luck? Or was it luck? Or was it luck? That's the information we have so far. Xiaoheng nodded and sent Gu a copy of the lawyer's information. He said calmly, these 15 lawyers are mainly dealing with the military prosecutors. My mother's case is incidental, so they won't pay much attention to you. Gu clicked on a mouse and opened the attachment Xiaoheng had sent her. She looked through the documents one by one. That's perfect. Let me see what the best lawyers in the Huaxia Empire are like. Of the 15 lawyers, only one will actually appear in court to argue. So don't be too stressed. Medical examiner Zhu had a very good impression of Gu He was worried she would be scared and rushed to comfort her. Gu shook her head with a smile. I'm not stressed. Although I just graduated from university, I'm very brave. The stronger the opponent, the more fun it is to fight. You already graduated from university? Dan Bohan was very surprised. You're 22? I couldn't tell. Gun Yinji cocked her head with a smile. I'm 18. Mr. Dan, you're always wrong about me. 18? Then didn't you go to university at 14? Amazing, amazing. No wonder Hua Xiao gave you such an important position. Dan Bohan also joined in the praise for Gun Yinji. You're too kind. I'm late today. Can someone tell me what you were talking about earlier? Gun Yinji quickly got in a groove. She wanted to know what evidence they had to help with this case. Hua Xiaoheng shook his head. We don't have that much time. The minutes of today's meeting have already been sorted out. That's why I called you here. Familiarize yourself with the 3 experts and save their contact information. If there's anything you don't understand, contact them directly. Gun Yinji quickly nodded. That's even better. We won't waste the experts' precious time. Medical examiner Zhu, Director Wang, and Dan Bohan all sighed in relief. They were very busy people. If they stayed for another half an hour, their own work schedules would be interrupted. The 3 of them gave Gun Yinji their email addresses and phone numbers before saying goodbye to Hua Xiaoheng. After they left, Gun Yinji looked at the large amount of information that had been sent to her email. Her mouth twitched. She muttered to Hua Xiaoheng, Hua Xiao, I'm only in charge of Mrs. Song's case. You don't have to give me all this, do you? She casually flipped through it and saw that even the information on Luo Xinchua's murder case had been sent to her email. Wasn't that case handled by the military legal department? She didn't expect Hua Xiaoheng to cough. The situation has changed. We discussed it for a long time and felt that it would be more appropriate for you to take over the entire case. Gun Yinji froze. I'll be defending everything, but this is my first time in court. You guys have that much confidence in me. Of course, little Zhe and I have confidence in you. Yin Shixiang draped an arm over Zhao Liang's shoulder and winked at Gun Yinji. Hua Xiao also approved of you after we convinced him. Gun Yinji was both happy and nervous. She looked at Hua Xiaoheng happily and asked eagerly, Really? Hua Xiao, you really think I can take on this responsibility? Hua Xiaoheng had just said that the Bais had hired 15 of the best lawyers in the empire and that they weren't targeting her. But as soon as the 3 experts left, Hua Xiaoheng's words changed. The trust between people was gone, and Gun Yinji felt very tired. Hua Xiaoheng smiled. All's fair in war. Yinji, you're our secret weapon. Big Xiong and Little Zhe aren't the only ones who have confidence in you. I have confidence in you too. I believe that having you on the stand will bring unexpected results. Gun Yinji had never heard Hua Xiaoheng praise her like this in front of others. She couldn't help but feel elated. She tried to maintain her composure. Since Hua Xiao says so, I'll do my best. But she turned and ran to the bathroom. She cupped her face in the mirror and laughed. Haha, you really have confidence in me. I'm so happy. It was the second watch, a reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 296. Hua Xiaoheng stood at the bathroom door and heard Gun Yinji laughing inside. He shook his head speechlessly, but his heart was still warm. He smiled slightly, crossed his arms, and leaned against the wall of the bathroom, quietly waiting for her to come out. Gun Yinji laughed so hard she couldn't breathe. She bent over and held the sink for a while, waiting for her to calm down before coming out of the bathroom. Seeing Hua Xiaoheng waiting outside, Gun Yinji was very embarrassed. She didn't know if he heard her laughter. She probed a few times, but Hua Xiaoheng was noncommittal. He only explained to her in a low voice. Bai Weiran is too familiar with the people from the military's legal department. After careful consideration, in order to avoid suspicion, we've decided not to use the military's legal department as the prosecution lawyer. You'll be in charge of these 2 cases. These 2 cases are actually the same case. It will be easier for you to communicate with us if you handle them. Gun Yinji finally understood and quickly promised, Don't worry, Hua Xiao. Since you trust me so much, I won't let you down. Just do your best. Whether you win or lose, you're the best. Hua Xiaoheng patted her shoulder. Gun Yinji's legs went weak. With Hua Xiaoheng's encouragement and trust, Gun Yinji felt full of motivation. She returned to her room with a laptop full of secret documents and began to study day and night. Medical examiner Zhu's autopsy report on Luo Xinchue's body, Director Wang's appraisal report on all the evidence, and Dan Bohan's assessment of Song Jinning's mental state. All of these made Gu Nianji read them with great interest. In addition to familiarizing herself with the evidence, she also had to write her own trial draft and familiarize herself with some professional terms. The trial was in 3 days. She had too little time. She wanted nothing more than to not eat or drink for the next 3 days. She wanted to live in the computer. Song Jinning came to visit her. She saw Gu Nianji sitting in front of the computer with her hair down and wearing a nightgown. She was so busy working. She secretly admired her. She specially cooked soup and food for Gu Nianji and brought it over to eat with her every day. Gu Nianji didn't forget to discuss the case with Song Jinning during meals. Annie Song, if Bai Jini really was responsible for Luo Xinchue's death, why did she wait until 6 years after Hua Guanyuan's death to kill her? I could understand if they had done it while Hua Guanyuan was still alive. But to wait until the man you love has been dead for 6 years before you kill his wife, I always feel that there is a missing link in this logic. Although she hated Bai Jini, Gu Nianji didn't think the evidence alone was enough to convince her that Bai Jini had killed Luo Xinxue. If she couldn't convince herself, how could she convince the judge? Song Jinning was indeed someone who knew Bai Jini very well. She said calmly, "If you can't figure it out, you might as well think about what kind of person Bai Jini is." What kind of person was she? There are only 2 things that are most important to her. One is her career, and the other is the man she has a crush on. I wouldn't be surprised if she could do anything for them. Song Jinning summed up Bai Jini's lifelong pursuit in 1 sentence. Gu Nianji swallowed a mouthful of okra pork rib soup and said thoughtfully, "The man she has a crush on is already dead. So it was for her career? But that doesn't make sense. Luo Xinxue was a housewife and had nothing to do with Bai Jini's career. Why would she kill Luo Xinxue for her career? Are we really going in the wrong direction? Wasn't Luo Xinxue murdered? Or was she not murdered by Bai Jini?" Gu Nianji looked at Song Jinning and thought to herself that if Bai Jini would kill for her career, she would probably kill Song Jinning, right? But Song Jinning had already been mentally deranged at the time, so she couldn't have been an obstacle to Bai Jini. But why would she kill Luo Xinxue? Could she have killed the wrong person? She quickly rejected the idea. Because Luo Xinxue and Song Jinning didn't live in the same place at the time, it was basically impossible to kill Luo Xinxue by mistake. And from the results of medical examiner Zhu's autopsy, Luo Xinxue had most likely been murdered. Gu Nianji thought about it for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. Later, when she looked at the list of evidence that Director Wang had processed and compared it with the real thing, she discovered some clues and boldly adopted strategy. By the time the secret court session began on the 3rd day, Gu Nianji was already confident. She had changed into a simple, light gray suit, and her hair was tied up in a bun at the back of her head. She had light makeup on her face and even wore a pair of plain, gold-rimmed glasses to make herself look mature and capable. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her outfit and frowned slightly. The suit was too well-tailored, and the waistline was not tight enough to be grasped. It accentuated her high breasts, round hips, and long legs. Fortunately, the plain glasses blocked Gu Nianji's large, sparkling eyes, so she didn't attract too much attention. Otherwise, Hua Xiaoheng felt that most men's attention would be drawn to Gu Nianji's appearance in court and wouldn't be able to hear what she was saying. "Hua Xiao, today is my first time in court. Aren't you going to encourage me?" Gu Nianji stood in front of the dressing mirror and made a final inspection. Hua Xiaoheng hugged her from behind and looked at her quietly in the mirror. He reached out a hand to support her chin, turned her around, and gently pecked her lips. "This is interest. When the case is over, I'll return the principal." "Oh, there's still principal?" Gu Nianji became even more excited. For the sake of Hua Xiao's debt to her, she had to win this case. At 7 a.m. on January 28th, Luo Xinxue's murder case officially began in the Imperial Capital's secret court. It was Gu Nianji's first time in the Imperial Capital's intermediate court. Because it was a secret court, The door was immediately closed after they entered to prevent others from entering. Gun Yinji glanced around the court and saw that Hu Xiaoheng was leading the team. Other than Gun Yinji, Yin Shixiang, Zhao Yangzi, medical examiner Zhu, and Director Wang were also there. Several orderlies in attendance sat around Hu Xiaoheng to act as human shields to protect him. As expert witnesses, medical examiner Zhu and Director Wang sat closest to the plaintiff's stand so they could be summoned for questioning at any time. On Baiji's side, there were 15 lawyers, all dressed in black suits. They sat in the seats behind the defendant's stand and were ready to support the defense lawyers in court. Only the third son of the Bai family, Bai Changhui, and a few staff from the Institute of High Energy Physics, where Baijini worked, were also present to show their support for their boss. The judge was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was stern and serious. He looked at his watch and asked, "Is everyone here?" Both the plaintiff and the defendant indicated that everyone was present. Good. Then Luo Xinchua's murder case officially begins. The judge banged his gavel. As the plaintiff's lawyer, Gun Yinji first stood up and saluted the court, then swore that everything she had said today was the truth. The Bais were stunned when they discovered that the plaintiff's lawyer was not one of the famous lawyers from the Imperial Army, but a young university student who looked like she had just graduated from university. Wasn't this handing victory to them? Baijini's haggard face broke into a smile for the first time that day. She turned to her defense lawyer, Lawyer Jean, and whispered in his ear, "The opponent's lawyer is Gun Yinji. As far as I know, she graduated from university less than a year ago." Less than a year? Then she doesn't have a lawyer's license. Lawyer Jean immediately raised his hand to the judge. "Your Honor, may Miss Gu show me her lawyer's license?" The judge ignored Lawyer Jean. Gun Yinji said bluntly, "I'm in court because I have proof of my qualifications. Why should I let you see it?" Lawyer Jean chuckled. "If you can show it to the judge, why can't you show it to us? Little girl, do you know what you're doing? Don't ruin your own future." Likewise, Gun Yinji returned Lawyer Jin's compliment. The judge banged his gavel again. "Silence. The prosecution and defense will now proceed to the first round of statements." Gun Yinji represented the plaintiff and spoke first. "Hello, everyone. I'm Gun Yinji. I was appointed by the military legal department to represent the plaintiff. Although Luo Xinxue was not a soldier herself, her husband was Hua Guanyuan, a senior colonel in the military. The military takes her murder very seriously. This was the first watch. Just a reminder of the monthly votes and recommendation votes. 7 p.m., the next watch. Chapter 297. As Gun Yinji spoke, she connected her laptop to the projector in the courtroom and explained to everyone. Everyone knows that Luo Xinxue passed away 10 years ago. Her death was determined to be a suicide. But recently, the famous military forensic doctor, Dr. Zhu, confirmed that Mrs. Luo did not commit suicide, but was murdered. Objection. Luo Xinxue's case has been going on for 10 years, and the prosecution period has long passed. This case should never have been filed. Lawyer Jean threw out the first objection of the day. Gun Yinji raised an eyebrow. Lawyer Jean really looked down on a rookie like her. He actually used such a flawed objection to gain the upper hand. Gun Yinji retorted without hesitation. "Lawyer Jean, you're a disgrace to your reputation. According to Huaxia Imperial law, there is no prosecution period for murder cases, and it will always be valid. Seeing how someone like you can become the chief lawyer of JD law firm, I think my future is bright." Lawyer Jean was furious and protested to the judge. "Objection. The opposing lawyer's words have nothing to do with this case. You're the chief lawyer representing the defendant, and I'm doubting your professional abilities. How is that unrelated to this case?" Gun Yinji retorted, not willing to lose any ground. The judge was stunned by her words and smiled slightly as he nodded to Gun Yinji. "If it's not directly related, then the less you say, the better." "Yes, Your Honor." Gun Yinji didn't waste any more time and picked up a laser pointer to aim at the large screen hanging on the wall of the courtroom. The projector turned on, and a freezer appeared on the screen. The camera then turned to a distant view of a body on the operating table. Gunyinji pointed at the image of the body with the laser pointer. This is Luo Xinchue's body, which has been secretly stored in the underground freezer of the Military General Hospital for 10 years. She is also the wife of former Colonel Hua Guanyuan and the mother of Ms. Hua Jiaoan. Our goal is to prove that Luo Xinchue's cause of death was not suicide, but homicide. And the only direct evidence we have is this corpse. The little red dot on Gunyinji's laser pointer circled around Luo Xinchue's body on the screen. This evidence is indeed too thin. But if we say it's big, it's the most powerful evidence. There's nothing a body can't tell you. The judge nodded and focused on the screen. What did you find? The most important evidence is here, Gunyinji said as she tapped twice on her laptop to bring up a photo. This time, it was a clearer photo of Luo Xinchue's body. She lay on the autopsy table with her eyes closed. The white cloth was pulled up to her chest, exposing her shoulders. His face was pale to the point of turning green, but there was no sign of decay. There was an obvious cut on his neck. Gunyinji pointed to the incision and said, "This is where medical examiner Zhu made the incision. You can see her throat all the way to the inside of her stomach." Everyone in the courtroom stared unblinkingly at the big screen. They were all a little nervous and knew that there must be a major discovery. Otherwise, Gunyinji wouldn't have specifically singled out this photo. As expected, Gunyinji pulled up another photo. "Look, this is a side view of the deceased's laryngeal muscle. It was convulsing so badly that it was almost unable to swallow the pill." I remember Luo Xinchue's autopsy report said she committed suicide by swallowing sleeping pills. If her throat was convulsing like that, then how did she swallow the sleeping pills? Gunyinji grasped the key point and pointed out the first obvious doubt. That's the biggest doubt. In such a convulsive state, she wouldn't have been able to swallow the pills on her own unless an external force was used to push them down her throat. She would have vomited them all out. Medical examiner Zhu made the final decision. As an expert witness, he declared that the possibility of murder was far higher than suicide. It was because of this important evidence that the Imperial Capital Intermediate Court announced the case. After the Bais learned of the case, they immediately applied for a secret hearing on the grounds that the case might be confidential. Even Hua Xiaoheng didn't object to this. Because of this, only the prosecution and defense, as well as their families, would be present during the hearing. It wouldn't be open to the media or the public. Hua Xiaoheng only requested that the final verdict be made public. This was also accepted by the court. Gunyinji learned of the cause and effect when she was at home and admired Hua Xiaoheng even more. It had been less than a month since New Year's Eve, but Hua Xiaoheng had not only completed his own duties and dealt with Miss Dou's sudden return, but had also methodically put Bai Genie's case on the agenda. From selecting an expert witness to preparing the evidence in court, he hadn't missed a single step. Gunyinji turned to look at the calm Hua Xiaoheng and sat down with a triumphant expression. The courtroom was immediately filled with whispers. Bai Genie's defense lawyer, Lawyer Jean, asked again, "Miss Gu, I have a question. Please go ahead. May I ask how you can prove that the convulsions in the throat were caused before death? That it wasn't caused after death?" Gunyinji was slightly taken aback. This was indeed a misunderstanding. It was true that people would have muscle spasms after death due to various reasons. But after medical examiner Zhu made this discovery, he immediately concluded that it was caused before death, so the conclusion that the victim had committed suicide by swallowing sleeping pills was not valid. The defense lawyer's question precisely pointed out the error in their judgment. It was indeed very incisive. This Jean Dazhuang really did have some skills. If Gunyinji and her lawyers couldn't provide a reasonable explanation, then the court would definitely rule that medical examiner Zhu's conclusion was invalid, so it couldn't have been murder. The courtroom was suddenly silent. The sound of the central air conditioner was originally very soft, but in the silence, it seemed to be amplified. Gunyinji could only hear the constant buzzing in her ears, like thousands of little bees spreading their wings at the same time. She frowned at her laptop screen. The screensaver on Gunyinji's computer screen was dynamic. A rare black orchid blossomed on the screen. The tiny seven-starred ladybug slowly climbed up the leaves of the orchid until it reached the flower's upside-down petals. It seemed to lose its footing and suddenly fell into the depths of the orchid along the veins of the petals. Gunyinji looked at the image and suddenly had a vague idea. The ladybug had fallen into the orchid, but who could prove how the ladybug had gotten inside? Had it fallen in on its own, or had someone shoved it in? If there were no witnesses, perhaps only the ladybug would be able to prove it. Gunyinji's eyes lit up as she thought about it. She turned around and asked, "Medical Examiner Zhu, can you prove that the sleeping pills entered the victim's stomach before the laryngeal muscle spasm, or after? If the sleeping pills had entered the victim's stomach before the laryngeal muscle spasm, then it was entirely possible that the victim had swallowed sleeping pills to commit suicide." Medical Examiner Zhu's previous conclusion would likely be overturned by the opposing lawyer. The only way to prove that the sleeping pills had entered the victim's stomach after the laryngeal muscle spasm was to prove that the victim's death was indeed a murder and not a suicide. Medical Examiner Zhu thought about it carefully and took the laser pointer from Gunyinji's hand. He pointed at the image and said slowly, "Everyone can carefully look at this laryngeal profile image. There are some serious scratching marks left behind when the sleeping pills were forcefully shoved into the throat. If the laryngeal muscle was in a normal state, swallowing such a dose of pills wouldn't cause such a result." Gunyinji secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She took the laser pointer back from Medical Examiner Zhu and nodded. "Thank you for your professional explanation, Medical Examiner Zhu." Then she turned to look at the opposing lawyer, Lawyer Jean. "Are you satisfied with this answer?" Lawyer Jean smiled. "We will verify the photo again. Also, we request that a third-party, neutral forensic examiner be sent to conduct a new autopsy on Luo Xinchua's body." "Are you doubting Medical Examiner Zhu's professionalism?" Gunyinji reacted quickly and immediately made Medical Examiner Zhu glare at Lawyer Jean. "I'm not doubting. But Medical Examiner Zhu is from the military, so it's only right that we request an impartial and independent third party to conduct the autopsy." It was a second watch. Let me remind you about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 298. Before Gunyinji could retaliate, the judge banged his gavel, agreeing to the defendant's lawyer's request. Court will be adjourned until both parties find a neutral third party to conduct another autopsy. Xiaoheng nodded. "That's fine. I hope it won't take too long." After the court adjourned, Gunyinji followed Xiaoheng and the others to the military's van to return to the base. In the van, Director Wang, who had been silent all this time, actually praised Gunyinji. "Miss Gu is indeed smart and quick to react. I believe you will become a good lawyer and help us win this case." Gunyinji quickly expressed humility. "I'm just speaking my mind. I'm not mature yet and need more practice." Although she said that, the condescending expression on her face was full of arrogance. Xiaoheng glanced at her and turned to Director Wang. "She's still young. Director Wang is too kind." Gunyinji immediately hid the arrogance on her face and lowered her head to reveal her snow-white neck. The gentle curve stretched out before Xiaoheng's eyes, and he paused for a moment before falling silent. After returning to the base, Gunyinji hurriedly took a shower. When she came out of the bedroom, she saw Xiaoheng sitting on the sofa in her small living room, staring at her computer in a daze. "Xiao, I locked the door." Gunyinji scratched her head helplessly, wondering if she had forgotten to lock the door again. Xiaoheng didn't turn around. "You did? I opened it with my key." Gunyinji was speechless, not knowing what to say. She awkwardly sat down next to Xiaoheng and saw him looking at the pictures of the evidence in Director Wang's bag on her computer. She shook her head slightly. Because this case happened so long ago, almost all the evidence was destroyed. What we're looking at now is already second or even third evidence. Yes, it's really a pity. Xiaoheng sat up straight, his long legs stretching under the coffee table. As the first crime scene, the bedroom has been completely renovated. There's no value in using it as a reference. Gun Yinji remembered Hua Xiaoheng's soundproof suite in the Hua mansion. Hua Xiao, your suite was renovated during those years. Yes, more or less. Hua Xiaoheng played with a round gold coin in his hand. After I left home, the Hua family began to renovate and rebuild. In that case, even if we don't have direct evidence, indirect evidence will do. Gun Yinji was deep in thought. She stroked her chin with one hand and held the mouse with the other to quickly search for legal information. I remember there was a case where there was no direct witness or material evidence, but the case was won in the end. What kind of indirect evidence? Gun Yinji opened the case file and glanced at it. She mused. For example, who requested that the deceased's room be renovated? Who took the job? The renovation and reconstruction of the Hor residence cannot be done by an outside construction team. It can only be done by the military. Hua Xiaoheng understood immediately. I'll ask little Zhe to find information on the construction team and send it to Director Wang. He's the best at identifying evidence. Gun Yinji smiled and looked at the evidence on the big screen. She felt even more friendly. Although this evidence isn't first-hand evidence, it can still explain a lot of things. Director Wang is really good. The first person he found was Luo Xinchue's psychiatrist. Really? The medical records from her psychiatrist also showed that Luo Xinchue needed sleeping pills to sleep after her husband died. Therefore, she has a record of habitual use of sleeping pills. Gun Yinji pulled up a medical record. However, these medical records and prescriptions show that the dosage of sleeping pills prescribed to Luo Xinchue wasn't high. Of course, if she had planned this for a long time, it's also possible that she slowly saved up the sleeping pills and took them all at once. So this case is going to be very difficult. Hua Xiaoheng straightened his back. His brows furrowed even more. First, they had to prove that Luo Xinchue hadn't swallowed the sleeping pills herself. That was already very difficult. They had finally gotten approval, but the other party had requested another autopsy. Now they had to prove that Luo Xinchue, who had a long history of taking sleeping pills, didn't have suicidal tendencies. No matter how they looked at it, it seemed impossible. And even if the first two impossible tasks were possible, they still had to prove that the sleeping pills had something to do with Bai Jini. That was even more difficult. Gun Yinji looked at Hua Xiaoheng sympathetically. Suing Bai Jini for delaying Song Jinning's treatment, causing her condition to worsen and almost die, and causing huge losses to the country was much easier than suing Bai Jini for Luo Xinchue's murder. But the former wouldn't be enough to punish Bai Jini. Hua Xiao, who did you want to be the lead defense lawyer to sue Bai Jini for Luo Xinchue's murder? Gun Yinji asked quietly. The military's lawyer. Hua Xiaoheng casually played with the round gold coin between his fingers. Luo Xinchue was my uncle's widow. Her death was related to my uncle's death, so they took over the prosecution. Gun Yinji thought of someone. What about Director Bai? She's a director of the Special Operations Forces Legal Department, and also Bai Jini's niece. With a relationship like that, shouldn't she avoid arousing suspicion? Yes. That's why I thought we shouldn't use anyone from the legal department at all. We might as well let you do the entire defense. So it was the next best thing. Gun Yinji was displeased. She nodded slowly. I see. She didn't say anything else. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her and smiled. He ruffled her hair and said affectionately, Little girl, you sure have a lot of inner drama. Gun Yinji's expression was blank. Hua Xiaoheng had already seen through her careful thoughts. Hua Xiao, I need to borrow someone from you to testify in the next court session. Gun Yinji was a bit embarrassed. She could only change the topic and talk about their case. Who? Hua Jialan. Gun Yinji pointed to the evidence on the computer. She's in charge of keeping your uncle and aunt's belongings. Her testimony is crucial. The next step was definitely going to be a debate about the evidence. Gun Yinji was very confident in medical examiner Zhu. She didn't think any neutral medical examiner would be able to challenge his conclusions. If there was, Gun Yinji planned to challenge this neutral medical examiner's independent qualifications and practice qualifications. Hua Jialan hadn't appeared in public for almost a month since she was taken away by Hua Xiaoheng for a lie detector test on New Year's Eve. Hua Xiaoheng, did you test her? Gu Nianji asked with concern. How is she? Hua Xiaoheng sighed. We did, but didn't find anything wrong. Gu Nianji, she was that good? Or is there really nothing wrong with her? We can't say there's nothing wrong with her. Hua Xiaoheng mused. Maybe we asked the wrong questions. She's not a convicted person, nor is she an enemy of the country. Therefore, we can't use many methods on her. Lie detector tests were very subjective, and the results couldn't be used as direct evidence. It could only be used as an indirect reference. But to be able to not reveal anything in front of the Special Operations Force's lie detector, even if she asked the wrong questions, it could be said that Hua Jialan was a strong-willed person, even if she wasn't as strong as Hua Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji nodded. I understand. Then I won't see her in advance. I don't want her to be on guard. Time passed quickly. The Bais quickly found a neutral medical examiner. Hua Xiaoheng looked at his background and agreed. He arranged for the autopsy to be approved by all three parties. Because it was an urgent matter, the medical examiner took all the time he could and quickly produced an autopsy report. A week later, the Imperial Capital Intermediate Court was in session again. The independent medical examiner's report was basically the same as the military medical examiner's views, especially the spasms of the throat muscles. There were obvious scratches and abrasions. This conclusion was almost identical to medical examiner Zhu's. This meant that medical examiner Zhu's previous report was completely correct. The possibility of Luo Xinxue being murdered was much higher than suicide. The Bai family's Jin Dazhuang had only managed to delay them for a week. Therefore, during the second session, the focus of the debate was no longer on the autopsy report. Gu Nianji requested the court to summon an important witness, Hua Jialan. In order to prevent Hua Jialan from being mentally prepared, Gu Nianji didn't meet her in advance. She didn't ask her any questions in advance. This was the first watch, a reminder of the monthly votes and recommendation votes. The second watch was 1 in the afternoon. Chapter 299. Hua Jialan was taken to court by the bailiff with a straight face. She froze when she saw Gu Nianji in a navy suit standing at the plaintiff's defense table. Her eyes quickly scanned the courtroom. Then she silently turned around and followed the bailiff to the witness stand. Bai Jini's expression was dismissive of Gu Nianji's summoning of Hua Jialan to testify. Hua Jialan had been torturing Song Jining because in her heart, Song Jining was the culprit behind her mother's suicide. If she had suspected Bai Jini, she wouldn't have treated Song Jining like that. The Bais were certain that Hua Jialan did not have any evidence, so they looked at Gu Nianji calmly, waiting for her to make a fool of herself. Gu Nianji followed the court procedure and forced Hua Jialan to reveal her identity. Then she got down to business. Miss Hua Jialan, when her father, Hua Guanyuan, and mother, Luo Xinxue, passed away, did you receive all of their inheritance? Hua Jialan was dressed to the nines, especially her luscious lips. The coral-colored lipstick she used was a striking contrast to her coral-colored suit. She pouted her red lips, and her red nail polish paused for a moment before she asked, Does my parents' inheritance have anything to do with this case? Of course it's relevant. Gu Nianji stared at her calmly. You only need to answer yes or no. The deceased estate is related to this case. Witness, please answer. The judge also supported Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji smiled gratefully at the judge and continued to stare at Hua Jialan. Hua Jialan pursed her lips and said reluctantly, Yes, so what? They are my parents, and I am their only daughter. If they don't give their inheritance to me, who should they give it to? I'm not questioning your right to inherit the estate. What are you refuting? Gu Nianji raised her brows, surprised by Hua Jialan's attitude. The corners of Hua Jialan's eyes twitched. She panicked, but quickly calmed down and smiled. Anyone would have the same question the way you asked. Gu Nianji glanced at her and continued. Since you've received all of Hua Guanyuan and Luo Xinxue's inheritance, I'd like to summon 2 pieces of evidence from you. It has been approved by the court. Here is the document. Gu Nianji raised her hand, and a bailiff showed the documents she had submitted to Hua Jialan. What evidence is this? Hua Jialan frowned. Attached to the document was a list of belongings and a list of wills. Of these two items, one is a list of Senior Colonel Hua Guanyuan's belongings. He was suddenly killed in an experimental accident 16 years ago, and the military handed all of his belongings to your mother, Luo Xinxue. This list was also handed over to your mother. The military also has a copy on file. It's placed with Senior Colonel Hua Guanyuan's file. Gu Nianji introduced the first list first. Hua Jialan finished reading in silence and looked up at Gu Nianji, waiting for her to speak. This is your mother Luo Xinxue's will. Gu Nianji pointed at Luo Xinxi's will on the big screen. Luo Xinxue listed all of her movable and immovable assets on the will, as well as some important items that she kept at home. Please cooperate with the court's request and hand over the items listed on Hua Guanyuan's and Luo Xinxue's will to assist in the investigation. Hua Jialan's hands trembled slightly. She forced herself to remain calm and said as calmly as possible, I inherited my father and mother's inheritance, but it's been 10 years, and there are so many things I still have to go back and search for them. Really? May I ask how long it will take you to find them? Gu Nianji looked at the two lists. There aren't that many of these small items. Both lists add up to less than 50 items, and most of them are jewelry that your mother Luo Xinxue listed. Hua Guanyuan and Luo Xinxue had only left behind a few small items other than property and deposit receipts. Hua Jialan was silent for a moment. I'll need 2 or 3 days. I'll give you 2 hours. If you can't find them, I'll request a search warrant from the court and search your home. Gu Nianji didn't hesitate to refute Hua Jialan's request. The judge also felt that 2 or 3 days was too long to search for such a simple list, and agreed with Gu Nianji. I'll give the witness 2 hours to go back and search immediately. If you can't find them, or if you need more time, you can explain to the court. Court adjourned. The court adjourned for 2 hours. Bai Jini was slightly irritated. She said to Lawyer Jean, how can you let a student lawyer lead you by the nose? What the hell are you all doing? Lawyer Jin's expression darkened. He lowered his voice and said, of course we did. Court was adjourned for a week for a neutral medical examiner to conduct another autopsy. Did Director Bai forget? Bai Jini was speechless. Lawyer Jean laughed coldly. If Director Bai could tell us more practical details and mention a few more candidates, we wouldn't have to be on the defensive all this time. According to Huaxia imperial law, the prosecution was responsible for obtaining evidence. Therefore, as the plaintiff's lawyer, Gu Nianji naturally had to speak more. She had to convince the judge that Luo Xinxue had indeed been murdered, and that Bai Jini was indeed the murderer. Lawyer Jean and his team were Bai Jini's defense lawyers. They needed to find flaws in Gu Nianji's argument and refute it. So far, they hadn't found any new flaws. But our team of lawyers has already discussed this. Lawyer Jean looked around. The plaintiff has called a new witness. We can make an issue out of it. Bai Jini didn't understand. Hua Jialan? That's a slippery one. What do you want? Inspector Bai, as for the legal matters, please leave it to us. What you need to do is tell us all the facts. You have to know that any concealment is helping the other party send you to prison. Bai Jini pursed her lips and said reflexively, I've told you all I need to say. I'm not concealing anything. 2 hours later, the court reconvened. Hua Jialan had already returned. Her expression was dark as she handed over the items she had inherited from her parents to Gu Nianji's team for inspection. Director Wang of the Special Operations Forces Forensics Department personally inspected the list of belongings and wills. He discovered 2 items were missing. 1. Senior Colonel Hua Guanyuan's personal phone number 1X×X×X. 2. Luo Xinxue's birth certificate in the bank's safety deposit box. Your Honor, Miss Wood did not hand over these 2 items. The judge looked at Hua Jialan. Hua Jialan, may I ask why the personal phone listed in Hua Guanyuan's belongings and Luo Xinxue's birth certificate in the bank safety deposit box were not among the items you handed over? She shook her head at the judge. I'm sorry, Your Honor. The list of my father's belongings was given to my mother by the military. She signed for it. When it came to me, I had never seen this list of belongings. I just compared the list given by the court with my father's belongings. Everything else is there, but this personal phone is missing. What a coincidence. The courtroom was instantly filled with chatter. Gun Yinji remained calm and silent. The truth was, after so many years, it was normal for these items to be lost or disposed of. Gun Yinji could understand that. However, Director Wang had years of experience in forensics. His intuition told him that this was unusual. Lawyer Gu, Senior Colonel Hua Guanyuan's personal phone is definitely not an ordinary piece of evidence. You should request permission from the court to have the mobile company investigate the phone's call and text records. Without a court subpoena, the mobile company would not allow anyone other than the owner of the phone to investigate. Of course, to Gun Yinji, it didn't matter that the phone was missing. As long as she knew the phone number, with Brother Zay around, no phone was a secret. However, Zhao Yang's method of obtaining information was exclusive to the Special Operations Forces. It couldn't be used as evidence in court. Only evidence produced by the mobile company that provided the phone number would be considered legal. Your Honor, we believe that the information stored on this phone is very helpful to the case. We hope the court can issue a subpoena to the mobile company to investigate the phone's call records. Gun Yinji made a bold request. The judge considered it for a long time and felt that all of Hua Guanyuan's belongings were present except for the missing phone. He agreed to Gun Yinji's request and issued a subpoena to the mobile company. It was the second watch, a reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 300. At the same time, in order to shut Hui Jialan up and prove that the phone had indeed been handed over to Luo Xinxue, Gun Yinji summoned the military logistics staff. They were the ones who had personally handed Hua Guanyuan's belongings to his wife. We can prove that when Senior Colonel Hua's belongings were handed to his wife 16 years ago, the phone was indeed in the box. The soldier who had returned the belongings 16 years ago was now a senior colonel in the logistics department. Lawyer Jean immediately chuckled. May I ask, Senior Colonel, how do you remember such a trivial matter 16 years ago? No, it's not a trivial matter. The senior colonel from the military logistics department paused. Senior Colonel Guanyuan's phone was his personal phone. Apparently the battery was specially made for him by a genius scientist from the Institute of High Energy Physics. A genius scientist from the Institute of High Energy Physics? May I ask what his name is? Lawyer Jean immediately asked. We don't know that. Senior Colonel Hua Guanyuan never mentioned his name. He only said it was a scientist he respected the most. The senior colonel from the logistics department didn't know the name. Bai Jeannie's head jerked up, her eyes full of anger, her lips moving in and out of anger. She looked like she wanted nothing more than to say something. Gun Yinji's eyes wandered around the courtroom and caught a glimpse of Bai Jeannie's expression. She raised her eyebrows and asked deliberately, Then do you know if the genius scientist was a man or a woman? Unexpectedly, the senior colonel from the logistics department shook his head again. I really don't know. Senior Colonel Hua Guanyuan was very familiar with the people from the Institute of High Energy Physics because of his mission, but he rarely mentioned it to us. The most important reason was probably related to the joint experiment between the military and the Institute of High Energy Physics. It seemed that this experiment might be the key to the whole thing. Gun Yinji was deep in thought and only looked away when Bai Jeannie's expression returned to normal. She listened as Lawyer Jean continued to interrogate the senior colonel. Fine. Even so, you still remember something like that after 16 years? It's really unimaginable. Lawyer Jean still didn't understand, implying that the senior colonel might have colluded with the plaintiff's lawyer to give false testimony. The senior colonel from the logistics department also understood Lawyer Jin's meaning and said angrily, Of course there's a reason. You cut me off without hearing me out, and now you say I can't be trusted. What do you want? I think Lawyer Jean wants to go to heaven. The corners of Gun Yinji's lips curled up as she mocked Lawyer Jean. She turned to comfort the senior colonel from the logistics department. Please continue. What's so special about that phone that you have to remember it for 16 years? Miss Gu is smart. You're good with words. The senior colonel from the logistics department glared at Lawyer Jean and quickly explained to the judge, "What's special about that phone is the special battery. It was said that the battery capacity was very strong, and a single charge could last for 10 years. I was Senior Colonel Hua Guanyuan's orderly at the time, and I often saw him fiddling with this phone. A few of us even whispered that if it wasn't bragging, then it was our country's black technology. We even said that we had to keep an eye on Senior Colonel Hua and not charge his phone. We wanted to see how long it could last. How long can it be controlled? It hasn't been charged for at least 3 years." The senior colonel from the logistics department said firmly, "Because a few of us orderlies made a bet in private, but Senior Colonel Hua Guanyuan got into an accident just after the 3rd year, so we didn't continue the bet. He was gone when the accident happened, but his phone was still there? No, it was his personal phone, and he wasn't allowed to bring his personal phone on a mission. That's a rule. Senior Colonel Hua Guanyuan's personal belongings were all in his dormitory, and we took turns cleaning his room. I remember it very clearly." Lawyer Jin's expression darkened. "Then when you handed Senior Colonel Hua Guanyuan's belongings to his wife, the phone was really among them. Who can prove it? Just you guys? I'm afraid not. Any testimony without a third party's proof is problematic. But 16 years had passed, and they still had to find a third party to prove it? Wasn't that too much?" Gu Nianji's expression darkened. She was about to refute Lawyer Jin's question when she heard the senior colonel from the logistics department say, with a look of disdain, "We have established procedures for handing over the remains of martyrs, and there is a special person to deliver them. They are personally counted in front of the martyr's family, and after they are matched with the list, the family also has to sign before they can collect all the remains." "Lawyer, what misunderstanding do you have about the working procedures of the military?" Lawyer Jean was so angry that he couldn't speak. When had he ever met someone who didn't respect him in court before? This kind of lawsuit with the military really couldn't be taken lightly. The most powerful people were all in the military. Gu Nianji felt relieved and smiled. Lawyer Jean doesn't understand the working procedures of the military at all, so there's no misunderstanding at all. As she spoke, she took out a copy of the handover form for the list of remains signed by the Hua family and passed it around in court for everyone to see. Look, Luo Xinxue wasn't the only one who signed. Hua Guanyuan's father, Hua Xiwenong, and younger brother, Hua Guanchen, also signed. Hua Xiwenong was the deputy chairman of the Supreme Military Council at the time. Hua Guanchen was only a captain at the time, but is now the director of the political department with the rank of general. Lawyer Jean, with these people's signatures, you should believe that everything was handed over to Luo Xinxue, right? Gu Nianji first silenced Lawyer Jean, then formally requested to the judge, "Your Honor, we request the court to issue a subpoena to the mobile company to retrieve the communication records of this phone for further investigation." Agreed. The judge banged his gavel. The court clerk began to prepare the subpoena to be sent to the mobile company. If they wanted to investigate, they wouldn't be able to see the records immediately. Gu Nianji looked at Hua Jialan. "Hua Jialan, you said the phone can't be found, so let's take it as lost. Do you remember when it was lost?" Hua Jialan frowned and thought about it. She shook her head. "To be honest, I've never seen this phone before. After my mother passed away, I received all of her inheritance from her. My father's belongings were all in a box, and I've sorted them out. I've never seen this phone on the list." "Then did you check the list of belongings?" Gu Nianji suddenly asked, catching Hua Jialan off guard. Gu Nianji didn't actually know Hua Jialan well, but seeing how much she cared about who the inheritance belonged to, her instincts told her she wasn't a generous person. What kind of attitude would someone who wasn't generous have towards the inheritance they received? Gu Nianji guessed Hua Jialan's thoughts. She would probably be more calculative and even check the list. But even if a phone was missing during the check, Hua Jialan probably wouldn't care, right? It wasn't something valuable anyway, so it didn't matter if it was lost. Gu Nianji asked casually, and saw Hua Jialan hesitate for a moment before shaking her head. "No, she's lying." Gu Nianji thought to herself. Hua Jialan must have checked the list of belongings and already knew the phone was lost. As for why she didn't say anything, that was another question. Gun Yinji typed the question on her laptop without batting an eyelid and moved on to the next question. Director Wang mentioned earlier that there was a birth certificate in the bank safety deposit box that you didn't hand over. May I ask what's going on? Hua Jialan still shook her head. I didn't find it. How am I supposed to hand it over? You didn't find it again? Gun Yinji frowned. Is the safety deposit box not safe? Should we go to the bank and check the security footage to see who took the ID? Hua Jialan panicked for a moment, but quickly composed herself. She said dryly, after my mother passed away, I received her inheritance and everything in the bank's safety deposit box. So you have it. Yinji emphasized the ownership of the document again. Then may I ask why you didn't hand it over? Are you trying to defy a court order and obstruct justice? I wouldn't dare. Hua Jialan nodded slightly. But when I went to the safety deposit box, I didn't see the birth certificate. There was only jewelry and a deposit receipt. Hua Jialan insisted there was no birth certificate and was certain Gun Yinji wouldn't have a way to prove it. This was the first watch. Let me remind you about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today is Monday, especially the recommendation votes. 7 p.m. the next watch. Chapter 301. Luo Xinxue had rented a safety deposit box from the bank. The bank didn't care what you stored inside. As long as it didn't violate bank rules, you could store anything you wanted. You only needed to use the bank certificate to withdraw it. As for Gun Yinji's claim to pull up the footage of the safety deposit box, that was just to trick her. The footage could only prove who had taken something, but not what it was. Director Wang had regretfully shrugged at her and sighed. Missing pieces of evidence are often the key pieces of evidence. Gun Yinji wasn't willing to give up. What she needed to do was to find other ways to supplement the two missing pieces of evidence. Okay, I'll believe for now that Hua Jialan didn't see this birth certificate when she went to the safety deposit box to withdraw Luo Xinxue's belongings. Gun Yinji began analyzing. She displayed Luo Xinxue's will list on the big screen so everyone in the courtroom could see it. But this will list was notarized. Everything should have been checked by the notary before being signed and stamped. Gun Yinji continued. That proves that this birth certificate really exists. Let's think about it. Why would Luo Xinxue put a birth certificate in a bank safety deposit box? Why would she list it in her will? Gun Yinji's eyes were fixed on Hua Jialan as she asked this question. She was just short of saying that the birth certificate had something to do with Hua Jialan. Hua Jialan didn't say a word and only sneered inwardly. She wasn't easily intimidated. Besides, she was called to be a witness, not a suspect. Lawyer Gu, I don't know what your question has to do with this case. Hua Jialan pouted disdainfully. What are you trying to prove? Gun Yinji cocked her head and smiled. You still don't get it? I'm looking for something that your mother, Luo Xinxue, lost. She was murdered in the heavily guarded Hua family home. This is enough to prove that she couldn't have been killed by a stranger on a whim. This also means that the murderer must have murdered her for some purpose. In order to find that purpose and convict the murderer, I have to find these missing pieces of evidence. Then I'm sorry. Lawyer Gu should really change careers and become a detective. Hua Jialan mocked Gun Yinji. You're obviously still looking for evidence, but you're already suing someone. I don't understand this logic either. Yes, if you understood, you wouldn't have asked these questions that would chill your mother's heart in the underworld. Gun Yinji turned to look at the judge. Your Honor, we can prove that this missing birth certificate is very likely to be closely related to Luo Xinxue's death. The judge looked at Gun Yinji for a while and shook his head reluctantly. Please prove what you said is significant. The Bai family breathed a sigh of relief again. In fact, they hadn't expected this change either. Hua Jialan was a witness, but she was also suspicious. Lawyer Jean was very satisfied with this change. He smiled and said to his jury, Do you understand? It was a daydream for a rookie to win this lawsuit. Don't hand over such a great victory to us. Bai Jeannie, on the other hand, was silent. Her expression was even uglier than before. Gun Yinji expressed her understanding of the judge's question and bowed slightly to all the relevant people in the courtroom. She began to explain the relationship between them. First of all, have you thought about it? Why would Luo Xinxue put a birth certificate in a bank safety deposit box? And this birth certificate disappeared after she died? There was silence in the courtroom. Lawyer Gu, you don't even know whose birth certificate it is. How are you going to convince the judge and all of us that this certificate is relevant to this case? Lawyer Jean didn't want to be led astray by Gu Nianji in court, so he took the initiative to attack her. Gu Nianji was very quick-witted and often thought in a different direction than everyone else because she was very good at thinking in reverse. Hearing Lawyer Jin's words, she immediately said disapprovingly, I did this to find out why Luo Xinxue died. Logically speaking, the birth certificate that she put in the bank safety deposit box must belong to the person closest to her, or even herself. But because this certificate disappeared, I can rule out the possibility that it was Luo Xinxue's own birth certificate. After all, she's already dead, so no matter how complicated her birth was, it has nothing to do with her. It's not worth someone tampering with this birth certificate. So there's only one possibility. This birth certificate is the birth certificate of a living person. And this living person didn't want anyone to see it, so they disappeared it. Gu Nianji looked directly at Hua Jialan as she said this. It was obvious that the birth certificate had something to do with Hua Jialan. Hua Jialan's face was livid. She clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Why are you looking at me? I've never seen this birth certificate. I didn't say it had anything to do with you. I was just making a logical deduction. Gu Nianji tapped on the computer, and the big screen changed to another picture. This time, it was 3 identification photos of Hua Guanyuan, Hua Jialan, and Luo Xinxue. The moment the 3 photos appeared, everyone was in an uproar. The Hua Jialan in the photo did not look like either of her parents. Gu Nianji, what do you mean? You're saying I'm not a Hua just because of these photos? Hua Jialan was furious, but she was also very nervous. I didn't say anything. Gu Nianji raised her eyebrows, a faint smile already on her face. Besides, what day and age are we in? How can you determine blood relations based on photos alone? If you need to check blood relations, you could just check DNA. It's not like this is ancient times, where blood tests are riddled with loopholes. The judge looked at Gu Nianji expressionlessly. You mean you want to check your witness, Hua Jialan's DNA? Yes. Gu Nianji looked at her laptop and changed to another set of photos. Your Honor, please allow us to check Hua Jialan's DNA. Bai Genie, sitting in the dock, looked up in shock and stared at Hua Jialan as if she had never seen her before. The judge considered it for a while, his face expressionless, and did not speak for a long time. Perhaps the silence in the courtroom was too heavy, and Hua Jialan could not stand it anymore. Even Hua Xiaoheng's lie detector had not been able to pry open her mouth, but Gu Nianji had used a missing birth certificate to pry open her mouth. Hua Jialan's pupils contracted, her lips parted, and she finally gave in to Gu Nianji. Lawyer Gu, you keep bringing up my parents' lost evidence, and I remember something. What is it? Gu Nianji asked with interest. Is it related to your mother Luo Xinxue's death? Gu Nianji remembered Hua Jialan saying that she was the first to find Luo Xinxue dead in her bed. So, if Hua Jialan was not the murderer, then she must be the one who knew the most about the murderer. But for some reason, she would cover up for the murderer. Gu Nianji had a hunch that Hua Jialan did not seem to care about how her mother, Luo Xinxue, died. She only wanted to find someone to hate, to take responsibility for her mother's death, as if that was the only way she could face her mother's spirit in heaven. This feeling was very unusual, and Gu Nianji could not help but speculate that Hua Jialan knew much more about her mother's death than she was letting on. So Gu Nianji's strategy for court debate was to pry open Hua Jialan's mouth. All the previous actions, searching for the remains and checking the list, were all for this one purpose. She was very lucky that her goal had been achieved. Gu Nianji was a little excited, but she hid it well, so no one could tell what she was feeling. Except for Hua Xiaoheng. He had taken care of her for 6 years, and she had been by his side from the age of 12 to 18. He was all too familiar with her every move, every smile. For example, he could see that Gu Nianji must be very excited because whenever she was really excited, the tips of her fair ears would turn slightly red. Xiaoheng's eyes lingered on the tip of Gunyinji's ears for a moment, then calmly looked away. It was the second watch. Let me remind you about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today is Monday, especially the recommendation votes. Chapter 302. Hua Jialan paled at Gunyinji's words. She nodded slowly, her voice growing weaker. The night my mother passed away, my mother suddenly called me on the internal line and asked me to go downstairs to see her. And then? It was already late at night, and I was already asleep. I was woken up by her call, but her voice sounded very weak, so I quickly went downstairs to see her. Wait, you said it was late at night? Gunyinji confirmed again. You said you found your mother dead in bed early in the morning? Did you go to your mother's room before that? Hua Jialan pursed her lips in pain and closed her eyes. Her voice choked. Yes, I went to my mother's room the night before. Bai Jini's heart pounded violently, blood coursing through her veins. Even her eardrums were pounding. She never imagined that Luo Xinxue would have the energy to call her daughter that night. She had been playing dead before that. Gunyinji asked Hua Jialan as she observed Bai Jini from the corner of her eye. Bai Jini's change in expression did not escape Gunyinji's eyes. She nodded inwardly, knowing that she was on the right track. There was almost no direct evidence in the case from 10 years ago, so they could only look for possible witnesses. Hua Jialan was the first person to discover Luo Xinxue's death, so she was either the murderer or the one who knew the most. Gunyinji had called Hua Jialan as a witness, killing two birds with one stone. She asked calmly, then tell me what you saw the night before. Hua Jialan pursed her lips and looked at Bai Jini, sitting at the defendant's stand. She said slowly, that night, my mother called me on the internal line and asked me to go to her room. When I got there, I saw my mother lying on the floor. Her tears finally flowed. Although it had been 10 years since the incident, her heart was constantly tormented. Lying on the floor? Why was she lying on the floor? Did you see anyone else in the room? Gunyinji pressed on. There was no one else in the room. I don't know why she was lying on the floor. When I went down, she was already unconscious. The telephone receiver is hanging from the bedside table. The room is turned upside down, and there are letters scattered on the floor. Hua Jialan wiped her tears. I helped my mother up and put her on the bed. She looked like she was asleep. I pushed her, and she opened her eyes to look at me, then went back to sleep. Your mother called you on the internal line and asked you to go to her room, but she didn't say anything. Gunyinji asked suspiciously. It didn't make sense. Yes, perhaps she was speechless then. If I'd known that my mother had died the next morning, I would have woken her up that night and asked her what she had to say. Hua Jialan buried her face in her hands and sobbed. I really didn't know that night was the last time I would see my mother. Gunyinji waited quietly for Hua Jialan to stop crying before asking, so you're saying that your mother's room was broken into the night before she died? Hua Jialan nodded. Yes, someone must have broken into my mother's room. I originally thought it was just my mother who saw the love letters and smashed the room in a fit of rage. Now that you're saying that my mother didn't commit suicide, I remember what happened that night. My mother probably didn't do it herself. That's strange. Gunyinji spread her hands. With the Hua family's status and security, how could it have been broken into? Hua Jialan, think again. What was the situation at the time? Hua Jialan's eyes flickered with uncertainty. After a while, she finally said slowly, with the Hua family's status and security, there's no way an outsider could have gotten in. But what if the thief was a member of the Hua family, or someone familiar to the Hua family? Gunyinji was waiting for Hua Jialan to say this. She had thought about this question carefully when researching the case. To find clues of Bai Jini's crime, Hua Jialan had to testify against her. Hua Jialan was the only lead in the case, but it wasn't easy to get her to talk. Hua Xiaoheng even used a lie detector, but the results were minimal. Gunyinji, with the help of the evidence expert, Director Wang, had located a birth certificate among Luo Xinxue's belongings. From this birth certificate, Hua Jialan had no choice but to expose Bai Jini in order to clear her name. Gun Yinji followed up on Hua Jialan's words. From what you're saying, you seem to know something about this person. Do you know who it is? Hua Jialan hesitated. Lawyer Jean immediately shouted, "Objection! The plaintiff's lawyer is deliberately inducing a confession." Objection sustained. The judge banged his gavel. The plaintiff's lawyer is not allowed to induce a confession. Gun Yinji immediately changed her tune. Hua Jialan, there's no such thief. You made everything up. The real culprit who killed your mother is actually you. It wasn't me. Hua Jialan screamed in panic. She pointed at Bai Genie in the dock. It was her. It was her. I saw her just leaving my mother's room when I went downstairs to look for her. There was a deathly silence in the courtroom. Then there was a splash, like a drop of water falling into a pan of boiling oil. Sparks flew everywhere. She really saw it. How is that possible? The 15 lawyers from the Bai family looked at each other in dismay. They questioned each other, afraid that they had heard wrong. Bai Genie's entire body was trembling. Her face was ashen, but she quickly sat up straight and closed her eyes. She sneered. Lies and slander. Hua Jialan, you're making up a ridiculous story to get yourself off the hook. Don't you know that giving false testimony in court is a felony? Is that so? Gun Yinji walked over to Bai Genie's dock. She clasped her hands behind her back and looked her up and down carefully. But Hua Jialan's words are very logical and fit the situation perfectly. Bai Genie, do you want to explain what you did in Luo Xinchue's room that night 10 years ago? She was almost unconscious at the time. Did you feed her sleeping pills? Bai Genie, don't forget, you're a psychiatrist too. You can prescribe sleeping pills too, right? Bai Genie refused to open her eyes to look at Gun Yinji. Her voice was calm and sharp. So, I went to Luo Xinchue's room just because she said I did? Would you believe me if I said she killed her mother? Besides, I'm a psychiatrist. Of course I can prescribe sleeping pills. Are you saying that every psychiatrist who prescribes sleeping pills is a murder suspect? Of course not every psychiatrist who prescribes sleeping pills is a murder suspect. Gun Yinji wagged a finger at Bai Genie. But you were the only psychiatrist who was related to Luo Xinxue and had free access to the Hua family. Physicist Bai? Or should I call you psychiatrist Bai? Bai Genie wanted to retort, but Lawyer Jean had already pressed her hand down and shook his head at her. He stood up and said to the judge, Your Honor, in light of the new testimony from the plaintiff, we request a certain amount of time to investigate this new witness. The judge nodded. Agreed. Court resumes in 3 days. The gavel fell, and the second round of the trial was over. Bai Genie was taken back to the detention center by the bailiff. Her situation was special, and bail was not allowed for the time being. Hua Jialan was emotionally unstable and also suspected. Hua Xiaohing's men escorted her back to the Hua family home. Of course, she was also heavily guarded. It was even tighter than the detention center. This was the first watch. Just a reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. P.S. Thank you, Guanghan Palace Master, for the gift from the president yesterday. Chapter 303. After leaving the court, Gun Yinji did not return to the Hua residence. Instead, she followed Hua Xiaohing back to his official residence at the headquarters of the Special Forces to continue preparing for the next round of the trial. Hua Xiaoheng, Yin Xixiang, and Zhao Liangzi walked in one after the other as she sat in the small conference room in Hua Xiaoheng's office suite. Everyone began to discuss the day's trial. Yin Xixiang, who had always been talkative, pretended to be deep in thought and didn't say a word. There were no outsiders in the small conference room. So Gun Yinji kicked Yin Xixiang's chair. Brother Xiong, why aren't you saying anything? Yin Xixiang had been drawing on the drawing board on the laptop in front of him. Gun Yinji kicked his chair. He rolled his eyes at Gun Yinji and connected his laptop to the projector. Everyone saw the diagram that he released. On the diagram was a sketch of a cell phone and a sketch of a birth certificate. Of course, they were all hand-drawn by Yin Xixiang. Have you ever wondered if the lost phone in Hua Guanyuan's belongings had anything to do with the identification document? In Xixiang scratched his head. Why were these two things missing and not something else? I didn't think there was any relationship between the two. Gu Nianji held a pen in her hand and rested the cap on her chin. I only know that these two things are directly related to Luo Xinchua's death. Hua Xiaoheng's fingers unconsciously tapped on the conference table. He asked Gu Nianji expressionlessly, "You still think this birth certificate has something to do with Hua Jialan?" I actually don't know if it has anything to do with her. I'm just making a logical deduction. I said that in court to provoke Hua Jialan. Gu Nianji twirled the pen in her hand. If there's nothing wrong with her, we'll look into other people related to Luo Xinxue. That's good too. Hua Xiaoheng thought for a moment, then said to Zhao Liangzi, "Go to the Hua residence and collect Hua Jialan's blood or hair for Chunlai to test for DNA." Chunlai agreed and left quickly. In less than an hour, he returned to the base office and said to Hua Xiaoheng, "I've already sent it to Dr. Chen." Gu Nianji asked him quietly, "So fast? Brother Zhe, did you stab Hua Jialan? Then you pulled her hair? You're the one who wants to kill people. You're the one pulling my hair." Zhao Liangzi was furious. He rolled up his sleeves and put his hands on his hips. He wanted nothing more than to yell at Gu Nianji. "Do I need to be so crude when I'm taking evidence? If you don't need it, then don't need it. Why are you so angry?" The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched. "Also, can you find out anything about that phone number? Do you think I'm a spinning top? You only know how to spin in circles?" Zhao Liangzi glared at Gu Nianji before returning to his office to run his program. Gu Nianji looked at Zhao Liangzi's back thoughtfully and thought his temper was a bit strange. She wanted to go in and ask him, but In Xixiang stopped her. "Don't go." He shook his head at Gu Nianji. "Leave him alone for a while." "What's going on?" Gu Nianji was anxious. What else could Brother Zhe be unhappy about? I don't think there's anything difficult for him in this world. Yes. To an internet child like you, your world is the internet. Your Brother Zhe is the king of the internet. Of course, he's omnipotent in your eyes. But we live in the real world, Nianji. We don't live in the internet. In Xixiang earnestly advised Gu Nianji in a genteel manner. He even used English, which was a rare sight. Gu Nianji glanced at him without batting an eyelid. "Speak human." In Xixiang laughed and patted his chest. "Yes, your Brother Zhe has been smitten recently, but he's been rejected when he's pursuing her." Seeing Gu Nianji's disdainful expression, In Xixiang felt like he had wasted his breath. He reached out and grabbed Gu Nianji's ponytail. Gu Nianji protected her hair and jumped away. She exclaimed in surprise, "So Brother Zhe has someone he likes? Oh no, did my suggestion make things difficult for him?" Gu Nianji automatically connected Zhao Liangzi's loss of control with Hua Jialan's DNA extraction. She clasped her hands together and exclaimed, "Brother Zhe likes Hua Jialan?" Zhao Liangzi was drinking tea at his desk. He spat the tea all over the keyboard when he heard Gu Nianji. "Nianji, get over here." Zhao Liangzi rolled up his sleeves to teach her a lesson. "Who's the boss?" Gu Nianji winked at him. She picked up her laptop and ran away with a smile. "I'm going to talk to Mrs. Song. You guys have fun." Gu Nianji left the office building of the Special Operations Forces headquarters and returned to Hua Xiaoheng's official residence. She went to her room to shower and change before going to talk to Song Jining. Song Jining lived on the 3rd floor. Gu Nianji knocked on the door. Song Jining saw her in the room's video feed. She quickly opened the door and asked, "Did you go to court today? How was it? Did the interrogation find out anything?" Gu Nianji smiled. "I just came back from court. There are some things I don't understand. I wanted to ask you." She walked into Song Jinning's room. Song Jinning closed the door behind her and asked her to sit down. She poured her a glass of water and placed it on a coffee table. She sat down on the sofa across from her. "Ask away. What's the situation?" She was a scientist after all. She spoke concisely and without a word of nonsense. Gu Nianji secretly gave Song Jinning a thumbs up. She opened her laptop and showed Song Jinning the list of Hua Guanyuan's belongings. She talked about the lost phone among Hua Guanyuan's belongings. The military's witness was Senior Colonel Hua's orderly. He said that Guan Yuan's phone battery was custom-made by a genius scientist at the Institute of High-Energy Physics. It has a very strong battery capacity. It said that one charge can last 10 years. Is that true? That's some kind of advanced technology. Song Jining was a scientist at the Institute of High-Energy Physics. Her father, Song Haichuan, was the director of the institute at the time. Song Jining would definitely know the advanced technology at the Institute of High-Energy Physics 16 years ago. Song Jining's expression froze when she heard this. A phone battery that can last 10 years on a single charge. Song Jining sighed slightly. It's a little thing I made for Senior Colonel Hua. Gun Yenji. It was just as she had expected. She was a genius scientist in every sense of the word. The little thing she made was decades ahead of the world. As far as Gun Yenji knew, there was no such powerful rechargeable battery in the world yet. Normally, it would take 10 days to charge it once. 10 years? That was something that only appeared in novels. Gun Yenji sat on the sofa next to Song Jining and held her hand tightly. Goddess, make me a little thing like this. I can pay for it. This was such a money-making invention. Song Jining shook her head with a wry smile. You're such a naive child. If it was that easy to make, our Institute of High-Energy Physics would have patented it a long time ago and made a fortune on the market. Gun Yenji, she didn't understand. Physics was indeed a very profound subject. Song Jining brought her to her computer desk and pulled up some information for her. The main material for that battery is graphene. Graphene is a two-dimensional material that is only one carbon atom thick. Its main state is a hexagonal honeycomb lattice of carbon atoms formed by sp2 hybrid orbitals. Graphene is separated from graphite crystals, and the technical separation is very difficult. Back then, I completely relied on hand polishing. It took me 4 to 5 years to get a little material that could be used to make a phone battery. At the time, Senior Colonel Hua happened to be a great help to my father, so I gave this battery to him as a thank you gift. Song Jining automatically went into physics genius mode. Gun Yenji's eyes widened as she listened. It was the second watch, a reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 304. Song Jining's mind was completely focused on science. She pointed to a web page on the computer screen. I just checked. There hasn't been a breakthrough in graphene extraction technology, so this kind of cell phone battery can't be mass-produced. Gun Yenji immediately gave up when she heard that it would take years of manual polishing to obtain a little graphene material. Forget it, it's so troublesome. Yeah, Song Jining nodded. It was also a coincidence that Hua Guanyuan obtained a graphite or with a special structure when he was on a mission. It was relatively easy to separate the monolayer of graphene from it. He gave the ore to my father as a gift, and my father later gave it to me. I polished it by hand when I was free to extract high-quality monolayer graphene chips. Gun Yenji listened in confusion, and her eyes became even more confused. She maintained a smile on her face as she listened to Song Jining's words with great difficulty. In the end, she came to 2 conclusions. 1. Hua Guanyuan obtained the graphite, or with a special structure. 2. Song Jining used the material Hua Guanyuan found to make a cell phone battery, and gave it to Hua Guanyuan. It could be considered returning the item to its rightful owner. So the person who was interested in the cell phone was actually interested in the battery inside, right? Gun Yenji sat next to Song Jining, looking very interested in the graphene molecular formula Song Jining showed her, but in fact, her mind had already flown away. There hadn't been any major breakthroughs in graphene extraction technology in the past decade, which meant that the person who stole the cell phone couldn't replicate Song Jining's success. It also meant that the person might not know the key to Song Jining's success was the graphite or with a special structure. Annie Song, do you think it's possible for someone to commit murder just because of this cell phone battery? Gun Yenji tilted her head and looked at the mathematical formulas and molecular formulas on Song Jining's computer screen, like she was reading a book from heaven. Song Jining thought about it. If there really is a breakthrough in graphene stripping technology, capital will do anything for profit. But remember, there hasn't been any breakthroughs in this technology, so I don't think it's necessary to kill. But others don't know. Gunyinji began to figure out the murderer's psychological state. Maybe she thought you had a major breakthrough, and finally took the risk to steal the cell phone, but found nothing. Song Jinning shook her head with a smile. If the person you're talking about was by Genie, I don't think she would do that. She's also an expert. While I was making batteries, she also knew that if I wanted to steal the technology, she would have done so long ago. They wouldn't wait until 6 years after the incident to rob them and kill them for their goods. She knows you made this battery? In other words, she also knows that you're using a special graphite, or? Yes. Gunyinji tilted her head and leaned against Song Jinning's shoulder, unable to speak. Well, that seemed to be a dead end. Could it be that Bai Genie wasn't the murderer? Or perhaps the murderer was indeed Bai Genie, but she had another motive for taking Hua Guanyuan's personal phone? Gunyinji's fingers tapped on Song Jinning's computer desk. What was it that made Bai Genie so desperate to kill someone and rob them 6 years later? After leaving Song Jinning's room, Gunyinji didn't return to her own room. Instead, she brought her laptop to Hua Xiaoheng's office. It was already dark, but the office building was still brightly lit. The staff in this office building worked in 3 shifts, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and there were people there every day. It was common for Hua Xiaoheng and the others to not sleep for days on end. Yinji is here again? Are you looking for a beating? Zhao Yangzi rolled up his sleeves and walked over with a sinister grin. Gunyinji pretended to be scared and slipped into Hua Xiaoheng's office. She locked the door and waved her fist at Zhao Yangzi, who was standing outside. Zhao Yangzi gestured at Hua Xiaoheng's office door twice, then gave up. He was just teasing Gunyinji. Gunyinji turned around and saw Hua Xiaoheng sitting behind his desk. The bright overhead light poured down and cast shadows on his face, making his facial features look as handsome and deep as a statue. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes were glued to the computer screen, his hands flying across the keyboard. He wore a shielded headset and appeared to be on the phone with someone. "You're here?" Hua Xiaoheng greeted her without looking up. "Sit." Gunyinji sat on the circular sofa in the middle of Hua Xiaoheng's office. She put the laptop on the coffee table and winked at the transparent wall of the office. But the people outside couldn't see inside at all. It was one way, just like the wall in the interrogation room. Gunyinji noticed it from outside, so she brazenly made faces at the one-way transparent wall when she came in. Hua Xiaoheng finally ended the call and closed the computer program. He looked up to see Gunyinji raising a pair of pale hands and using the light from the other side of the room to make the shapes of various small animals. She projected them onto the opposite wall. A duckling that could run, a proud giraffe, and a barking puppy. She was enjoying herself. Hua Xiaoheng got up from behind his desk and sat next to her. He asked, "You talked to my mother?" Gunyinji nodded and rubbed her hands. She opened the graphene page for Hua Xiaoheng to see. "I'll learn about that amazing battery." Hua Xiaoheng quickly finished the page and shook his head. "I don't think it was for the battery. But what did the murderer want the phone for?" Gunyinji couldn't figure out. If the phone was lost when Luo Xinxue passed away, then it would have been 6 years since Hua Guanyuan and Annie Song died. Yeah, there's another possibility. Maybe the phone was lost long before Luo Xinxue passed away, but we just discovered it now. Hua Xiaoheng pointed out another possibility. So let's not waste time. We don't need to know what the murderer wanted the phone for. We just need to prove that the murderer stole the phone from Luo Xinxue. Gunyinji immediately understood. I understand. I was thinking too much. It was much easier to find the right direction by focusing on where the phone was. The next day, the mobile company sent them the records of Hua Guanyuan's private phone number. Under normal circumstances, the mobile company wouldn't give you records from so long ago because it involved too much time and effort. But with the court subpoena and pressure from the military, they had no choice but to do it. The mobile company printed the records of Hua Guanyuan's private phone for them. It had been in use for more than 20 years. Unfortunately, the phone's frequency of use was too low. Gun Yinji discovered that the phone number had been with Hua Guanyuan for 4 to 5 years, but the phone's call history was no more than 10 pages and a few insignificant text messages. All the records stopped abruptly 16 years ago. That was also the day of a lab accident. From that day on, the owner of the phone never appeared again. It looked like after the military handed Hua Guanyuan's belongings to his wife, Luo Xinxue, she hadn't used it either. What kind of charm did a phone that had been silent for 6 years have that made someone so desperate to kill and steal it? Gun Yinji couldn't eat or sleep, but still couldn't solve the puzzle. Finally, Zhao Liangzi couldn't stand it anymore and dragged her out of Hua Xiaoheng's office. He shoved her into the computer chair next to his desk. "Run the program for me. There's only one more day until the trial. If we haven't found anything by then, it's very likely that the opposing lawyers found a loophole in Hua Jialan's story and Bai Jini will be exonerated." Gun Yinji laughed coldly. "She wants to be exonerated for Luo Xinxue's case? Did she ask me? Also, there's still Annie Song's case. This was the first night watch. Let me remind you about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. The second night watch was still 1 p.m. I had planned to update at 2 p.m. yesterday, but it was already past 1 p.m. when I uploaded it. In my days, I mistook publish now for publish on time. Oh, intersection of intersection, oh. Chapter 305. Nevertheless, Gun Yinji obediently sat on the computer chair next to Zhao Liangzi and turned on his large server-equipped desktop to run the program. "Brother Zhe, what program is this?" Gun Yinji saw the phone number Zhao Liangzi had entered, and her heart skipped a beat. This was Hua Guanyuan's private phone number. "Did you forget? Just give your brother Zhe a phone number, and he'll be able to get his entire fortune." Zhao Liangzi knocked Gun Yinji's forehead. "Hurry up and work." Gun Yinji couldn't maintain her ladle-like image in front of them. She rolled her eyes and stared at the program running on the screen. After an hour, it was less than 10% complete. At this rate, her eyes were going to turn into crossed eyes. Gun Yinji's hands itched and pulled out Zhao Liangzi's source program. After reading it, she made a few changes to optimize the program and speed up the search. When she started running again, it was 50% complete in half an hour. Gun Yinji called Zhao Liangzi over proudly and pulled his ear to make him look at the computer screen. "I improved it. Call me Big Sister. Oh my God, you really improved it." Zhao Liangzi quickly pulled out the source program and read it again. He was speechless for a long time and finally called Gun Yinji obediently Big Sister. Gun Yinji was so shocked she almost fell off the computer chair. "What's wrong? You can't take it anymore?" Zhao Liangzi continued to grin and patted her shoulder. "Yinji, come with me. Brother Zhe promises to teach you everything he knows. You'll be my first and last disciple. Zhao Liangzi, will only take one disciple in my life, and that's Gun Yinji." Gun Yinji snorted with laughter. "Okay, Brother Zhe, stop joking. You just call me Big Sister, and now you want to take me as your disciple? That's not how you take advantage of me." They joked for a while, and suddenly heard the computer chime. The program had finished running. Gun Yinji and Zhao Liangzi turned around, their hearts pounding. An image of a phone appeared on the screen. It meant they had found the target phone. This phone still has battery." Zhao Liangzi's voice trembled as he quickly entered new commands. He really didn't expect that they would encounter something that he had decided to give Gun Yinji something to do on the spur of the moment. He didn't even think that there would be a result. As long as there was electricity, the mobile phone would be connected to the satellite system. Whether it was switched on or not, and whether there was a number or not, there would be a signal. This was the natural characteristic of the mobile phone. Soon, Zhao Liangzi's program connected to the phone number they were looking for and hacked into the phone. Gun Yinji didn't even dare to raise her voice. She carefully asked Zhao Liangzi, "Brother Zhe, do you really think no one else is using that phone number?" "No." Zhao Liangzi frowned as he stared at the computer screen. "It has always belonged to that phone. I haven't paid for so many years. I can't believe the mobile company that's used to sucking blood didn't sell this account." Gun Yinji sighed. Hua Guanyuan's identity is different. His private phone should also be confidential, Zhao Yangze explained to her. Usually, this kind of phone will never change its number. Even if it's down, this number won't be used by anyone else. Gu Nianji understood. That's better. It's more convenient for us. Soon, the model of Hua Guanyuan's private phone appeared on the computer screen, along with the information stored on it. There were many phone call records and text messages. It was almost identical to the information printed out by the mobile company. What's going on? Gu Nianji was anxious. They had put in so much effort. If they were proven to be heading in the wrong direction, then all their previous efforts would be wasted. Hurry up and download all the content. Zhao Yangze quickly typed in a command. This phone actually still has electricity. That's amazing. Even the rare graphene battery could only last for 10 years. It had already been 16 years. Maybe the person who stole the phone charged it. Gu Nianji didn't think much of it, but when she thought about it, she found it unbelievable. Think about it. Charging it once for 10 years. Charging it again means it can last another 10 years. But if the phone was really stolen the year Luo Xinxue passed away and then charged, it should be 10 years now. It should be running out of batteries soon, right? Oh my God, that's scary. Zhao Liangze rolled his eyes at her. His fingers flew as he typed in a series of commands. The local content stored on Hua Guanyuan's private phone was quickly downloaded. There were now 2 records in front of them. One was from the mobile company. It counted as the original. The other was the phone's local content. It counted as a copy. The 2 wouldn't be exactly the same. Usually, the content provided by the mobile company would be more complete because the local content could be deleted or lost. It should be less than the content records provided by the mobile company. Here, run this search program again. Zhao Yangze opened another program for Gu Nianji. This program can compare the 2 records to see if you can find any differences. Gu Nianji nodded. She looked at the computer-run program while looking at the phone's local record. She compared it with the mobile company's record in her memory. Soon after, Gu Nianji suddenly rubbed her eyes. She thought she was seeing things. She looked at the phone's local record, then at the mobile company's record. After confirming she wasn't seeing things, Gu Nianji circled a few parts of the phone's local record. She asked Zhao Liangze with a strange expression, "Brother Zhe, have you ever seen a phone receive a set of text messages, but the mobile company doesn't record it? What do you mean?" Look at the phone's local record. It was received 6 years after the accident, which was a few days before Luo Xinxue's death. Gu Nianji then showed the mobile company's record. And the mobile company's records show that Hua Guanyuan's phone hasn't had any call or text records since the accident. In other words, Hua Guanyuan's private phone suddenly received a set of text messages 6 years after the accident. The mobile company had no record of sending or receiving this set of text messages. If one text message didn't match, it could be said that the mobile company had a bug in their program. But for several days, the mobile company had no record of receiving the same set of data messages every day. This couldn't be explained by a bug in the program. Zhao Yangze's expression became serious. At that moment, the computer search program also ended. It showed the same findings as Gu Nianji. In other words, Hua Guanyuan's private phone received another set of text messages 6 years after the accident, but the mobile company had no record of receiving any text messages. From the perspective of a mobile company, this situation was impossible. Because Hua Guanyuan's private phone had been shut down a long time ago and no one had paid for it, the mobile company would no longer provide service for this number. So how did the set of text messages on Hua Guanyuan's phone's local record bypass the mobile company's base station network to receive them? This was the second watch, a reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 306. Zhao Yangze entered the text data into a computer program to find what it was. Unfortunately, he found nothing. Let's get Hua Xiao and Brother Xiong for a meeting. Gu Nianji was very excited. This must be a major discovery. Zhao Yangze agreed and brought the data to Hua Xiao's office with Gu Nianji. He also called Yin Shixiang along. Yin Shixiang was the last to enter and closed the door behind him. What is it? Hua Xiaoling had his back to the door and was talking to someone on his headset. He turned his office chair when he heard someone enter. His expression was calm and relaxed. Seeing him, Gunyinji felt that no matter how many difficulties there were, they were not worth mentioning in front of him. Hua Xiao, we found Hua Guanyuan's private phone, and this. Zhao Yangzi handed the printed local records to Hua Xiaoling. On it was the set of text data that Gunyinji had marked. It was a set of repeated data that had been continuously received 6 years after Hua Guanyuan's death. Hua Xiaoheng's expression froze when he saw the set of data. Zhao Yangzi and Yin Shixiang didn't notice, but Gunyinji did. She was also surprised. Hua Xiaoheng took it and carefully read it a few times. Where did you get this set of data? Gunyinji and Zhao Yangzi looked at each other. This is a text message downloaded from Hua Guanyuan's private phone. It was received 6 years after his death. Strangely, the mobile company had no record of it. Zhao Yangzi then handed the records sent by the mobile company to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng compared the two records, his expression gradually becoming serious. After a long time, he nodded slightly. I see. It seems that Bai Jini really had something to do with Ant's death. Hua Xiao, what do you mean? Why do you say that? Zhao Yangzi and Yin Shixiang didn't understand what Hua Xiaoheng was saying. Only Gunyinji understood a little. Of course, this was due to her tireless research on Hua Xiaoheng for so many years. She had long since learned everything about him. Hua Xiao, do you know what this data means? Gunyinji asked directly. Hua Xiaoheng put down the printed records. His eyes lingered on Gunyinji's face for a few seconds before looking at Zhao Yangzi and Yin Shixiang. I've seen this set of data before. You've seen it before? Zhao Yangzi and Yin Shixiang exclaimed in unison. When? Where have I seen it before? Hua Xiaoheng turned on the computer and pulled up a program to input the data. He said calmly, this set of data is the magnetic field coordinates. It represents a location. After entering the data, the program converted it and produced another set of data. This set of data looked familiar to everyone. At least Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi recognized it at a glance. This is the latitude and longitude of some place in Sea City. Hua Xiaoheng nodded slowly and glanced at Gunyinji. He didn't know if he should say it or not. Hua Xiaoheng, who never hesitated, paused for a moment, but he quickly cast aside his concerns and said calmly, this is the place where Sea City's magnetic field was abnormal 6 years ago. His gaze fell on Gunyinji's face. It was there that I saved Nyinji. Gunyinji hadn't expected this case to be related to her in such a roundabout way. She was quiet for a moment before asking. But 6 years ago, for years had passed since Luo Xinxue passed away. How do you explain this gap? 10 years ago, Luo Xinxue was murdered. For years after her death, which was 6 years ago, Sea City's magnetic field had been abnormal. The timeline of the entire incident should be like this. Hua Xiaoheng turned on the computer and entered a few dates. 16 years ago, the Institute of High Energy Physics and the military had an accident during an experiment. Almost everyone died, including the chief engineer, Song Haichuan, who was also my maternal grandfather. My uncle, Hua Guanyuan, was a senior colonel in the military. In the end, only my mother was pushed out of the building and survived, but she had serious mental and memory problems. Gunyinji added, yes. And then 10 years ago, Luo Xinxue allegedly found out that her late husband loved someone else and committed suicide out of depression. A few days before her suicide, Hua Guanyuan's personal phone accidentally received a set of text messages. The mobile company didn't have any records of this set of text messages. Yes, and then 6 years ago, Bai Jini reported to the military that an abnormal magnetic field had been observed somewhere in Sea City. She wanted to go there to collect magnetic field data and repeat the experiment from that year. However, the experiment failed before it even started because Nyinji's car broke in and caused a huge explosion, destroying the magnetic field. Hua Xiaoheng's brows furrowed as he spoke methodically. At the same time, he listed the dates on the computer. Zhao Yangzi and Yin Shixiang stared at the time records on Hua Xiaoying's computer and also discovered the connection. How did Bai Jini know about the abnormal magnetic field changes in Sea City? Zhao Yangzi had once attempted to write a program to observe the magnetic field of the entire blue planet in real time. Later, because the data was too large, there was no suitable computer CPU that could handle such a large amount of data, so he gave up. I used to think that Bai Jini really had some skills. Hua Xiaoheng smiled. Now I know that's not the case. She must have a cheat code. A cheat code? You mean Hua Guanyuan's personal phone? Gun Yinji's eyes lit up, but she quickly fell into deep thought. But how would Bai Jini know what this set of data represents? This set of data should be very familiar to them. Hua Xiaoheng explained to them. I used to see them using this coordinate data on my mother's computer. Okay, Yin Shixiang nodded. At least this proves that this phone is very likely to be in Bai Jini's hands. But the evidence we found wasn't obtained through normal channels. It can't be used as evidence in court. Gun Yinji was in a difficult position. Is there any way to search Bai Jini's house for this phone? We need a search warrant. Zhao Yangzi looked at Hua Xiaoheng. I can locate this phone before it's too late. Okay, there's no time to lose. Locate the phone immediately. I'll apply for a search warrant from the court. Gun Yinji looked at Hua Xiaoheng. Seeing that he didn't object, she immediately made a decision. Zhao Yangzi ran his program again. This time, he quickly found Hua Guanyuan's personal phone and immediately turned on the GPS system. Hua Guanyuan's personal phone was an old model from 20 years ago. Its location wasn't as sensitive as the new model, but Zhao Yangzi had his own optimized GPS program and the help of the Nanda satellite system. After 3 hours of difficult adjustments, he finally determined the phone's location. Looking at these coordinates, it should be in Bai Jini's office at the Institute of High Energy Physics. Gun Yinji looked at the location map. I'll apply for a search warrant from the court immediately. The search warrant application was finally approved at noon the next day. Gun Yinji and Zhao Liangzi rode together in the car and followed the police to the office of the director of the Institute of High Energy Physics. They wanted to see them search with their own eyes. This was the first watch. Just a reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Chapter 307. The police officers came out of the Institute of High Energy Physics Director's office with cardboard boxes. What are they doing? Isn't that Director Bai's office? You don't know? They came with a search warrant. Director Bai's lawsuit won't end well. The scientists and administrative staff of the Institute of High Energy Physics watched as the uniformed police officers meticulously packed everything they found in Bai Jini's office into boxes and placed them in front of the large car outside. Gun Yinji walked out of the car wearing a pair of large sunglasses. She leaned against the car door and crossed her arms as she quietly watched the police officers move the items from Bai Jini's office out of the main entrance of the Institute of High Energy Physics. Zhao Yangzi sat in the car and didn't come out. He was communicating with the police through his headset. Did you find a phone? Yes. It's just a phone. Why did you move so many cardboard boxes? There were also a lot of calculations that were locked in the same safe as the phone, so we moved them all out. Zhao Yangzi was speechless. Gun Yinji also had the same question, but she heard the conversation between Zhao Yangzi and the police through her headset, so she didn't say anything else. She opened the car door and turned to get in, but from the corner of her eye, she saw a navy Maserati parked at the end of the street. It was originally an unruly sports car, but it was deeply hidden by the color scheme. If it weren't for Gun Yinji's sharp eyes, she wouldn't have been able to tell at a glance that it was a Maserati. When she turned around, she paused when she saw the car. At that moment, the person in the Maserati seemed to sense it as well. The door opened, and a tall man wearing the same navy half-length wool coat walked out. He also wore a pair of large sunglasses that covered half his face. He looked up at Gun Yinji, his aura cold and aloof. He clasped his hands behind his back and gave her a slight nod. Gun Yinji froze. Although he was wearing sunglasses, she could tell that the person was He Ji Chu. What was he doing here? Gun Yinji's mind raced. She struggled for a minute between going over to greet him or ignoring him. Then she saw the other door of the Maserati open and Wen Shuyi walk out. Gun Yinji didn't have time to think about it. She quickly opened her car door and got in. When Wen Shuyi came out, Gun Yinji was already in the car. She didn't see Gun Yinji, and He Jichu's gaze had already shifted to the entrance of the Institute of High-Energy Physics. Wen Shuyi didn't even notice Gun Yinji's car. Zhao Yangzi also saw He Jichu and Wen Shuyi. He saw that Gun Yinji didn't want to talk anymore, so he immediately ordered the driver to leave. Gun Yinji and Zhao Yangzi's car drove past He Jichu and Wen Shuyi. He Jichu didn't look at Gun Yinji's car. He tilted his head slightly and listened to Wen Shuyi say to him, "The signal disappeared here." He Jichu looked around before turning to get into the car. Wen Shuyi returned to the car and drove away. When Gun Yinji returned to the Special Operations Forces headquarters base, she saw that Chen Lai had actually arrived. "How come Brother Chen is free today?" Gun Yinji happily handed Chen Lai a drink. "Would you like coffee or tea?" "Tea will be fine." Chen Lai smiled as he sat on the sofa and said, "I'm here to deliver the DNA test results to Huo Xiao." "Oh." Gun Yinji quickly turned around and placed a cup of tea on the coffee table in front of Chen Lai. "Did the test result come out?" "Of course it came out. Isn't a DNA test a simple matter these days?" Chen Lai smiled and snapped his fingers. "What's going on?" Gun Yinji was dying of curiosity. "What else could it be?" Chen Lai chuckled. "Hua Jialan isn't Hua Guanyuan's daughter." "Really?" Gun Yinji's suspicions were confirmed. Her face flushed with excitement, and the blush spread to her neck. "Then she's Luo Xinchua's daughter?" "Yes, she's Luo Xinchua's daughter, but not Hua Guanyuan's." Chen Lai slumped on the sofa. "I'm so tired. Are you sure you used my uncle and aunt's blood samples for the test?" Hua Xiaoheng walked over and sat next to Gun Yinji. He glanced at Chen Lai. "Of course. How could it be wrong? Hua Guanyuan is a soldier. His blood sample is available at the Military General Hospital. As for Luo Xinxua, I saved a tube of her blood sample 10 years ago." Chen Lai rubbed his hands together, his knuckles cracking. "That makes sense." Gun Yinji sighed. Luo Xinchua's birth certificate must have the name of Hua Jialan's biological father on it, so Hua Jialan didn't want anyone to see it. She either destroyed the birth certificate a long time ago or hid it somewhere else. Could it be that she's also suspected of killing Luo Xinxua? Zhao Yangzi also walked over. He heard Chen Lai and Gun Yinji's conversation, and his imagination spread. Gun Yinji shook her head. "I don't think so. So what if she knew? Would killing Luo Xinxua mean that no one would know she wasn't Hua Guanyuan's daughter? I've never seen anyone so stupid. Also, her mother locked the birth certificate in a safe. Hua Guanyuan didn't say anything 6 years after his death, so she wouldn't. So this was just an accident?" Chen Lai asked. "It can't be that coincidental, right?" "Indeed, it can't be a coincidence." Gun Yinji clenched her tiny fist and rested it on her chin. "I need to think about how to design a problem to find the truth." Seeing her deep in thought, Hua Xiaoheng, who was sitting next to her, glanced at her silently and caressed her hair. "It's okay if you can't figure it out. Don't worry too much." He calmly stood up from the sofa. "Little Zay, come in with me. There's a videotape here. Try to see if you can recover it. Chen Lai, come in too." "There's something wrong with your DNA report." Gun Yinji was left alone on the sofa outside Hua Xiaoheng's office. Gun Yinji stared at her computer and the mysterious data from Hua Guanyuan's phone on the screen. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. They had also made a mistake. Why did they only check Hua Guanyuan's phone and not Luo Xinxua's? She immediately perked up and pushed open Hua Xiaoheng's office door. She shouted, "Hua Xiao, we want to apply to the court for the mobile company to also provide Luo Xinxua's phone records from that year." Hua Xiaoheng, Chen Lai, and Zhao Yangzi looked up at her in unison. After a while, Hua Xiaoheng nodded and said to Zhao Yangzi, "Little Zay, help Ninji with this." "Yes, sir." With Zhao Yangzi's help, the matter was handled much more quickly. In the afternoon, The phone records from Luo Xinchue's phone were delivered to Gun Yinji. She looked at the densely packed phone record from a few days before Luo Xinchue's death and chuckled softly. Bai Jini, you're dead meat. Huo Guanyuan's personal phone was found in Bai Jini's office, along with a pile of calculations drafts that had also been kept in a safe. They were all sent to the Imperial Capital Intermediate Court judge presiding over the case. On the day of the trial, Gun Yinji held the phone in court and asked Bai Jini, physicist Bai, may I ask why Senior Colonel Huo Guanyuan's personal phone is with you? Bai Jini's face flushed, then paled. She averted her eyes and said awkwardly, Luo Xinxue gave it to me. You're lying. My mother would never give away any of my father's belongings. Hua Jialan denied flatly. You stole it from my mother. The night my mother died, I saw you run out of her room with my own eyes. The room was a mess. You were the one who took my father's phone. This was the second watch. Let me remind you of the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 308. Gun Yinji quietly watched Hua Jialan and Bai Jini bicker, and suddenly asked, Hua Jialan, why did Bai Jini only take your father's phone 6 years after his death? Did your mother really not give it to Bai Jini? Yes. If I wanted it, your father would have given it to me a long time ago. Bai Jini didn't expect Gun Yinji to speak up for her and immediately blurted it out. Don't flatter yourself. You've been secretly in love with my father all your life, but my father wouldn't even look you in the eye. Hua Jialan glared at Bai Jini with disdain. My father won't give you this phone even if you get on your knees and beg. What's more, the battery in this phone was made for him by someone he really likes. He'll never. Hua Jialan knew she was in trouble as soon as she finished speaking. She instinctively covered her mouth and lowered her head in disappointment. Someone your father really liked? Wasn't it your mother? Gun Yinji asked quietly. The corners of Hua Jialan's mouth twitched, and she shut her eyes tightly, refusing to speak again. Bai Jini's eyes flashed fiercely, and she looked at Gun Yinji, where a real beauty was sitting in the audience. She wore a classic blue-purple Chanel plaid dress suit and an apricot scarf with a Hermes rudder design loosely wrapped around her neck. Her skin was as fair as jade, and her features were so beautiful that no one could say a word. She sat upright beside the powerful Hua Xiaoheng and still exuded an irresistible charm. She was Song Jining, who had already woken up. Her actual age was almost 50, but she looked like she was in her early 30s. It was this woman who occupied Hua Guanyuan's entire mind. Bai Jini's hands began to tremble uncontrollably again, and she heard herself blurt out, Huh, when did Hua Guanyuan ever like Luo Xinxue? Hua Jialan, don't flatter your mother. Even if my father didn't like my mother, he didn't like you, you bitch. Hua Jialan retorted, You couldn't get my father, so you seduced my second uncle. Do you have any shame? That's right, a shameless person like you would definitely kill all the women by my father's side. You killed my mother and refused to let my second aunt off. Do you think no one knows what you're thinking? Shut up. The deepest scar in Bai Jini's heart was exposed by Hua Jialan in front of everyone. She was so angry that she stomped her feet. She was supposed to have everything in her life, but she had been defeated by Song Jining and Hua Guanyuan. The former made her doubt her own abilities, and the latter made her doubt her charm as a woman. After so many years, if Hua Guanyuan hadn't died early and Song Jining hadn't gone crazy, she would have become a lunatic from the jealousy and hatred she felt every night. Why should I shut up? The truth is that you hated my mother, so you took my father's phone and killed my mother in the end. Hua Jialan didn't beat around the bush now, and directly accused Bai Jini of killing her mother. In addition, Bai Jini did have Hua Guanyuan's phone, so all the evidence was very bad for her. But Jin Dezhuang was calm and unperturbed. Everything Hua Jialan had said was just lip service. A phone alone was not enough to prove that Bai Jini was the murderer. Gun Yinji then questioned Bai Jini, physicist Bai, may I ask why you went to see Luo Xinxue the night she passed away? Bai Jini denied immediately. Lawyer Gu, I think you're mistaken. I didn't go to Luo Xinchue's room that night. But Hui Jialan said she saw you leave Luo Xinchue's room, and that you have Hua Guanyuan's phone. Gu Nianji raised a brow and refuted Bai Jini calmly. Bai Jini's lawyer, Jin Dazhuang, stood up to refute Gu Nianji. I object to the plaintiff's lawyer attacking my client without evidence. He looked at the judge. We have every reason to believe that Hui Jialan also had a motive to kill her mother. Although we have no evidence, Lawyer Gu also has no evidence against my client. Gu Nianji smiled and asked Bai Jini again. I'll ask you again, what were you doing in Luo Xinchue's room the night she passed away? Bai Jini's eyes flickered as she thought about the phone. These people didn't know the real purpose of the phone. So what if she had it? She shook her head again. Luo Xinxue gave the phone to me a long time ago. I didn't go to Luo Xinxue's room that night. That's awkward. Gu Nianji giggled and turned to look at the people in the courtroom. Her eyes slid across everyone's faces before she looked at the judge. Your Honor, I have a copy of the call record from Luo Xinxue's phone provided by the mobile company. There's a number that spoke to Luo Xinxue a few days before her death. The last call was 6 hours before Luo Xinxue passed away, which was early on the night of her death. Bai Jini closed her eyes and ignored Gu Nianji. What number? Jin Dazhuang was a little uneasy. He looked at Bai Jini, then at Gu Nianji. Can I see it? Of course. Gu Nianji showed Jin Dazhuang the call records provided by the mobile company. Lawyer Jin, are you familiar with this number? Jin Dazhuang's face turned ashen when he saw it, the corners of his eyes twitching. That number was Bai Jini's private number. Of course, Jin Dazhuang was familiar with it. He turned to look at Bai Jini and saw that she didn't even open her eyes. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and say to Gu Nianji, what does this prove? My client has a good relationship with the Hua family. What's so strange about a few calls? Yes, it's not strange. Then what about this? It's not strange either? Gu Nianji clapped her hands, and the lights in the courtroom suddenly dimmed. Immediately after, a large screen on one of the walls of the courtroom turned on and played a video clip. The video looked old and wasn't very clear. It must have been digitally restored. However, the camera was very good. It could clearly be seen that a woman walked to the door of a room and knocked. The door opened from the inside, and another woman nodded at her. She stepped aside to let her in and closed the door. Gu Nianji looked at Bai Jini and Jin Dazhuang with a smile. Did you see that? This is a video taken by the Hua family security camera from 10 years ago. Although the tape had been intentionally damaged and destroyed, she still underestimated the importance the military placed on security footage. We found the damaged master tape and digitally restored it to restore the scene. In fact, Hua Xiaoheng had gone to great lengths to find the tape and then ordered Zhao Liangzi to restore it. The woman who had entered the room was Bai Jini from 10 years ago, and the woman who had opened the door was Luo Xinxue. Gu Nianji continued. This video was taken on the night of Luo Xinxue's death. She then looked at Bai Jini and pointed out, Physicist Bai, why are you lying? You clearly went to Luo Xinxue's room that day. Why won't you admit it? Was it you who killed her? Did you steal Hua Guanyuan's phone? 6 years after his death, he received a set of text data on his phone. Is that why you killed Luo Xinxue? Bai Jini's eyes flew open and she glared at Gu Nianji. She couldn't believe that this woman, who had only graduated from university half a year ago, had noticed the text data on his phone. This was the first watch. Let me remind you of the monthly votes and recommendation votes. The second watch at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Chapter 309. Why are you looking at me? Did I tell you the truth? Gu Nianji walked to Bai Jini's side. You didn't keep your eyes closed? Looks like I really hit a raw nerve. Isn't it embarrassing to be caught lying in court in front of so many people? If Bai Jini's eyes could spit fire, Gu Nianji would have been burned to ashes by now. Tell me, why did you go to Luo Xinxue's room that night? Gu Nianji pressed. Hua, Jialan shouted. She's the murderer. After she left, I went to my mother's room and saw her lying on the floor. If I knew she had 4 sleeping pills on my mother, I would have called the police immediately. Bai Jini was tongue-tied, but couldn't say a word. Jean de Zhuang quickly shot her a look to stop her from talking, then turned to Gu Nianji. Lawyer Gu, we haven't seen the new evidence you presented. Please give us some time to verify the authenticity of this video. No problem. Gu Nianji agreed without hesitation. She wasn't afraid of them verifying the authenticity of the video. Hua Jialan was unconvinced and pressed. Why didn't she say anything? Why didn't she say what she was doing in my mother's room that late at night? Why did my mother fall to the floor the moment she left? And why was the house turned upside down? Gu Nianji turned to look at Hua Jialan and said calmly, Hua Jialan, this video isn't over yet. Do you want to continue watching? It's not over yet, Hua Jialan repeated instinctively. But before she could object, the video had already started playing on the big screen. After fast-forwarding through the video, the big screen showed Bai Jini rushing out of Luo Xinchue's room and closing the door. She turned a corner and went to another room. She used to stay overnight in the Hua family's house because she needed to treat Song Jining. Not long after Bai Jini left, Hua Jialan walked over from the other side of the hallway and knocked on the door. She waited for a while, but no one opened the door. She grabbed the doorknob and opened the door. Hua Jialan bit her lip and didn't say anything. She had said she went to her mother's room that night anyway, so it was normal for her to be recorded. Hua Jialan comforted herself. Soon, the video on the big screen fast-forwarded again. Hua Jialan could be seen rushing out of the room with her head down. She wiped her tears and ran out of Luo Xinchue's room without looking back. The video stopped here. The image on the big screen faded, and the lights in the courtroom came on. Everyone's eyes were still filled with the swaying silhouette from before, and they weren't used to the sudden brightness. Gu Nianji was quiet for a moment before walking up to Hua Jialan. She asked gently, Hua Jialan, why did you lie? Hua Jialan looked up sharply. Lie? When have I ever lied? Still not admitting it. I said my mom called me that night, so I went downstairs to see her. Are you a goldfish? 7 seconds of memory. Wasn't she known as the genius girl who graduated from university at the age of 18? Don't you remember what you said a few days ago? Hua Jialan's words were laced with sarcasm. She seemed to be full of animosity towards Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji wasn't angry at all. She smiled and said, Goldfish have more than 7 seconds of memory. Where did you hear that from? It's not scientific at all. Okay, let's not talk about goldfish. Let's go back to your selective memory. Hua Jialan retorted, Don't slander me. Gu Nianji raised a brow and waved for the person playing the video to play it again. This time, she only played the selected footage, and the lights in the courtroom were still on. Gu Nianji held a small laser pointer and pointed at the frozen image on the big screen. She looked at Hua Jialan again. See that? This is where you lied. Hua Jialan looked at the big screen in confusion. She quickly glanced at Hua Xiaoheng before saying to Gu Nianji, I still don't understand. Gu Nianji, are you really qualified to be a lawyer? Is this how you treat my mom's case? Gu Nianji sighed and shook her head. Hua Jialan, your IQ is really worrying. Okay, I'm not going to beat around the bush with you. Look at the image over there, and I'll tell you why you're lying. Don't try to frame me. You're my mom's lawyer, not the murderer, Bai Jini's lawyer. Hua Jialan clenched her fists and scolded Gu Nianji for siding with an outsider. The Bai's team of lawyers almost burst out laughing. Gu Nianji turned around and glanced at them. Her large eyes were clearly black and white, and there was a hint of coldness and sarcasm in her gaze. The elite lawyers' smiles froze on their faces, and they looked away uncomfortably. You said before that you saw Bai Jini walk out of your mom's room with your own eyes, didn't you? Gu Nianji began interrogating Hua Jialan. Hua Jialan grew even more impatient. Yes. I've said it 800 times. You really don't have the memory of a goldfish. Yes, but look at this video. Bai Jini had already gone into the room when you arrived. There is clearly no one in front of you. So where did you see Bai Jini walk out of your mom's room? Gu Nianji finally threw the fatal blow at Hua Jialan. Hua Jialan's expression changed instantly. Nonsense. Please play the video again. Gu Nianji interrupted Hua Jialan without hesitation. She turned around and gestured. The lights in the courtroom dimmed again, and the video was played again on the big screen. This time, because of Gun Yinji's reminder, everyone paid special attention to the time between Bai Jini leaving Luo Xinchue's room and Hua Jialan's appearance in the corridor. Luo Xinchue's room was at the end of the corridor. Hua Jialan came down from the second floor and had to make a turn to reach that corridor. So before she made the turn, she couldn't see what was happening in Luo Xinchue's corridor. The videotape clearly showed that Bai Jini had left first and entered the other room. Hua Jialan only appeared in the corridor after at least 5 minutes. After such a long time, Hua Jialan couldn't have seen anyone walk out of Luo Xinchue's room. After the video was played, the lights in the courtroom came on again. Everyone looked at Hua Jialan. Her face was as white as a sheet, and even the coral lipstick on her red lips seemed to have lost its usual glamour. Hua Jialan, tell me, you didn't see Bai Jini walk out of your mother's room. Why did you say you saw her? Why were you crying when you left? Gun Yinji asked slowly. Every word was like an all-piercing Hua Jialan's heart, causing a huge psychological impact. Did your mother not fall unconscious on the floor? Did she tell you herself that Bai Jini had just left? This is the second update. Remind me about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. My dear friends, I'm saving up my manuscript for the 23rd. I'll release 10 chapters of 50,000 words then, and my dear friends will be able to enjoy it all day. Chapter 3:10. Hua Jialan's testimony stated that she had seen Bai Jini leave in a hurry before she arrived at Luo Xinchue's room. After entering the room, she saw that it was a mess, and Luo Xinchue was lying on the floor, unconscious. She thought Luo Xinchue had fallen asleep, so she carried her to bed and tidied up the room before leaving. However, the video showed that Hua Jialan did not have the opportunity to see Bai Jini leave. If Bai Jini had never been to Luo Xinchue's room, then she could have just lied. But the strange thing was, Bai Jini had indeed come, and had left Luo Xinchue's room just before Hua Jialan arrived. It had been less than 5 minutes. That was interesting. Hua Jialan, what are you hiding? What did your mother say to you before she died? Gun Yinji asked again and again. Hua Jialan almost couldn't take it anymore. Her eyes wandered around the courtroom and finally landed on Hua Xiaoheng's solemn face. She looked at him and finally made up her mind. She closed her eyes and said to Gun Yinji, "Yes, I lied, but I didn't kill anyone. I didn't kill my mother. You can tell the truth, and I'll plead for leniency with the judge." Gun Yinji leaned forward slightly with both hands on the wooden railing in front of the witness stand. Her gaze was calm, and her expression was solemn, but it didn't make people feel pressured. Instead, they felt that she was trustworthy. She killed her mother. Jin Dazhuang seized the opportunity to divert everyone's attention. One of the most important strategies in prosecuting a murder suspect was to find a new suspect. This was usually done by the defense lawyer, and Jin Dazhuang had not expected Gun Yinji, the plaintiff's lawyer, to help them complete this difficult task. Gun Yinji looked over with her watery eyes, but Jin Dazhuang only spread his hands at her and shrugged as though he had an unfair advantage over her. Gun Yinji smiled faintly. They were celebrating too early. Hua Jialan, look, what happened to you when you didn't tell the truth? Gun Yinji was very tall, about the same height as the tall and curvy Hua Jialan, but she was much thinner than Hua Jialan. Standing in front of her, she looked fragile. But when she leaned forward and whispered in Hua Jialan's ear, Hua Jialan trembled. It was as though the fragile person was Hua Jialan, not Gun Yinji, who was thinner than her by a size. Zhao Yangze and Yin Shixiang watched as Gun Yinji handled herself in court. Although it was her first time appearing in court, and she didn't even have a lawyer's license, she had the Bai family's elite lawyers in her hands. This is what you call a genius, they thought in their hearts. Only Hua Xiaoheng didn't look surprised at all. He just sat there calmly. Reminded by Gun Yinji, Hua Jialan finally opened her mouth and told her the truth about what happened that night. Yes, I came to my mother's room, but I didn't see anyone go out. My mother wasn't unconscious either. She leaned against the bed and said to me weakly, Jialan, Bai Genie stole your father's phone. You have to get it back. We owe a great debt of gratitude to your father. We must repay him. You have to tell your second uncle. Get the phone back, your father, your father. Hua Jialan recalled the situation expressionlessly. I was shocked when I heard that, and quickly asked her, what on earth happened? Mom, what are you talking about? My mother was probably under the effects of the sleeping pills, but she had been taking sleeping pills for years, so she had developed a certain resistance to them. She tried to hold herself together and told me that I wasn't my father's daughter. I couldn't take it anymore. I started screaming at her, and in the end, I pushed her away and ran back to my room. I was upset all night. The next morning, I went to my mother's room to apologize to her, only to find that she was already dead. Hua Jialan finished her story and started sobbing again. Gun Yinji nodded. That was a reasonable explanation. At most, Hua Jialan had turned a blind eye to someone dying. She wasn't a murderer. She had even revealed her past, so Gun Yinji didn't continue to make things difficult for her. Bai Genie, Luo Xinxue kept calling you a few days before she passed away. What was it about? Was it because she found out you had a crush on her husband, but became his brother's girlfriend, so she despised you? Did she keep calling you to scold you? Gun Yinji asked deliberately to provoke Bai Genie. Bai Genie couldn't take it anymore the moment she heard it had something to do with Hua Guanyuan. She ignored Lawyer Jin's order to keep her from speaking and sneered. Gun Yinji, are you that narrow-minded? Do you only see jealousy in your eyes? You'd kill for a man? Oh, is there a higher pursuit in physicist Bai's eyes that's worth killing? Of course. I'm not as narrow-minded as you women. Bai Genie snorted. She was so focused on arguing with Gun Yinji that she didn't realize what she had said. Lawyer Jin broke out in a cold sweat. He glared at Bai Genie, then stood up and said to the judge, Objection. The opposing defense lawyer is trying to induce a confession from my client. Lawyer Jin, you can't accuse me of inducing a confession every time your client speaks her mind. I'm not a psychiatrist. I can't control her mind. Gun Yinji chuckled. Why can't you face reality? Your client is a murderer who doesn't hesitate to kill for the sake of stealing data. What data? Lawyer Gu, if you keep slandering and framing me like this, I can report your unprofessional behavior to the Bar Association. Lawyer Jin had been a lawyer for so many years. His connections and status were not something a fresh graduate like Gun Yinji could compare to. One word from him, and Gun Yinji would never be able to get a lawyer's license. Lawyer Jin, if you keep threatening a newcomer like me with my career, I can also report you to the Bar Association for abusing your power for personal gain. Gun Yinji puffed out her chest, her eyes sparkling. Her aura suddenly grew stronger. Lawyers on both sides, please remain calm and return to the case. The judge couldn't stand it anymore and banged his gavel to warn both Lawyer Jin and Gun Yinji. However, he was even more displeased with Lawyer Jin. Lawyer Jin, please watch your words. Use the language of the law and logic to defend your client. Gun Yinji turned around and suppressed the anger in her heart. She raised Hua Guanyuan's personal phone. Everyone, please take a look. This is Senior Colonel Hua Guanyuan's personal phone. This phone model was old. Looking at the model, it was probably more than 20 years old. After so long, Director Bai of the Institute of High Energy Physics still coveted this phone to the point where she was willing to kill to steal it. Have you all thought about why? Could it really be because of the powerful battery in this phone? Bai Genie's heart was in her throat, her hands trembling uncontrollably. What did Gun Yinji mean? Did she know something? How did she know? Or did the military already know? Bai Genie looked at Hua Xiaoheng and thought to herself, although Gun Yinji was smart, she had no foundation. The person behind her was Hua Xiaoheng, and Gun Yinji herself was just Hua Xiaoheng's puppet. Bai Genie felt that she could see more clearly than anyone else. This was the first watch. Remind me about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. The second watch will be at 1 p.m. P.S. Thank you, I am Master Rashi, for the Heshibi yesterday. Moi. Chapter 311. Gun Yinji held the phone and looked at Song Jining, who was in the audience. This phone has a battery that can last for 10 years after one charge. It was created by Song Jining, the famous genius scientist from the Institute of High-Energy Physics. Song Jining stood up and, under the guidance of the bailiff, walked to the witness stand and sat down. The bays were in an uproar. Lawyer Jean immediately objected. "Your Honor, Song Jining has severe mental illness and severe amnesia. Her words cannot be used as evidence in court." "Is that so?" Gun Yinji raised her hand to summon another expert witness. "This is Dan Bohan, a renowned psychologist and psychiatrist both at home and abroad. He can testify to Song Jining's mental state." The tall and handsome Dan Bohan wore a custom-made white three-piece suit with a blue striped tie peeking out his collar. He walked in from outside the courtroom. The judge nodded. "Song Jining's mental state report was sent to our courtroom a long time ago. Dr. Dan is the prosecution's expert witness." Dan Bohan sat down next to Song Jining in the witness stand. Lawyer Jin's face was livid. He turned to look at the third son of the Bays, Bai Chonghui, who was sitting behind them. Bai Chonghui shook his head at him. Lawyer Jin's anger subsided. He whispered to Bai Jini, "No matter what they say later, you're not allowed to speak again. Do you understand? Even the gods won't be able to save you if you keep spouting nonsense." Bai Jini had been scared out of her wits by Gun Yinji's words. Her previous anger and disdain were gone. She nodded involuntarily and pleaded in a low voice. "Lawyer Jean, you have to save me. I didn't." Lawyer Jean hated litigants like Bai Jini the most. Since she had already spent a fortune on a lawyer, she had to comply with all of his requests. But on the one hand, she had been secretive with her own lawyer, and on the other, she had taken matters into her own hands and argued with the opposing lawyer. She had fallen into the trap that others had dug for her countless times. Then remember, don't say another word. If you do, you could defend yourself. We won't fight this case. Lawyer Jean warned Bai Jini coldly. Bai Jini sighed deeply and did not dare speak again. In court, Dan Bohan was already speaking up for Song Jining's mental state. Song Jining's mental state is completely normal. Her mental illness is rather special. It's not caused by a psychological problem, but an organic lesion caused by the stimulation of an external magnetic field. Therefore, for her illness, psychological counseling can play a very small role. What she needs is surgical organ treatment. When Bai Jini heard this, even the tips of her ears turned red. She lowered her head. Gun Yinji glanced at Bai Jini. She had no intention of letting her off the hook. Dr. Dan is a professional and has a psychiatrist's license. She's been practicing medicine for so many years and has accumulated a lot of medical cases. His opinion was more thorough and accurate than anyone else's. In fact, Song Jining's condition had completely improved after Dr. Chenlai had performed a bone marrow transplant on her at the Military General Hospital. In other words, for the past 16 years, Bai Jini has been treating Song Jining under the guise of a psychiatrist. If it wasn't a deliberate misdiagnosis, then it was a quack who harmed people. In short, the result was the same. She delayed her treatment and almost caused Song Jining to die from depression. What she said was already a collateral case in Luo Xinchue's murder case. It was the military's case against Bai Jini for deliberately delaying treatment and causing great losses to the country. Lawyer Jean had no choice but to bite the bullet and defend Bai Jini. My client had good intentions. She didn't know that Song Jining's condition was different from normal mental illness. If she didn't understand her condition, why would she treat Song Jining? Didn't she know that she was killing someone? Gun Yinji's expression was cold. Her usually smiling face was solemn and sharp. There's a reason for that. Song Jining didn't recognize anyone at the time. No one could get close to her except for my client, Bai Jini. It was under these circumstances that my client applied to the military to treat Song Jining. Lawyer Jean had a deep understanding of the military's case against Bai Jini and was well prepared for it. However, his opponent was Gun Yinji. It wasn't so easy. Lawyer Jean, Song Jining was a patient at the time. She didn't allow anyone to get close to her. It wasn't her normal behavior at all. Why did you treat her abnormal behavior at the time as a reasonable request? From that, You deduced that it was only reasonable and legal for Bai Jini to be a psychiatrist by following her wishes? Gunyinji was very good at logic. She was always able to trap people. Lawyer Jean froze. What did you say? Say it again. You didn't understand? Then I'll say it again. Gunyinji smiled and pointed at Song Jining. Just now, you said that Song Jining's words couldn't be used as evidence in court because she was seriously mentally ill. But 16 years ago, when Song Jining's illness was at its worst, she only allowed Bai Jini to get close to her. At that time, why did Bai Jini think that everyone should listen to Song Jining? And she used that as a reason to recommend herself to be Song Jining's psychiatrist? You think it's normal for a mental patient to choose a psychiatrist for herself? Her logic was very cunning. If Lawyer Jean believed that Song Jining was a mental patient, then she shouldn't have listened to what she said 16 years ago when her mental illness was at its worst. But not only did Bai Jini listen at the time, she even encouraged the military to believe her. She even asked Bai Jini, the only person who could get close to her, to be her psychiatrist. This was Bai Jini purposely misleading the public and delaying treatment. Bai Jini's crime in Song Jining's case was determined. If Lawyer Jean believed that Song Jining wasn't a mental patient, then what she had to say and testify now would be reasonably admissible in court. It was obvious that Song Jining wouldn't say anything good about Bai Jini in her current state. Bai Jini couldn't get away with this crime. No matter how the other party defended themselves, they couldn't escape Bai Jini's responsibility for Song Jining's illness. Lawyer Jean was rendered speechless by Gunyinji for a long time. Gunyinji immediately summarized the case for him. I think there's no longer any dispute in the case of the military accusing Bai Jini of deliberately delaying Song Jining's treatment and causing great losses to the country. First, Bai Jini doesn't have the qualifications to be a real psychiatrist, but she deliberately delayed Song Jining's treatment in order to control her. Second, the documents from the military and the Ministry of Science and Technology required Bai Jini to always take care of Song Jining, but Bai Jini slacked off 6 years ago and never followed the documents to be with Song Jining. Third, after Song Jining developed depression, Bai Jini didn't take any measures and allowed Hu Jialan to mentally abuse Song Jining. Hu Jialan, who was standing on the other side of the witness stand, immediately retorted, "I didn't mentally abuse her. You're slandering me." You can listen to Dr. Dan's explanation about whether there was mental abuse or not. He's a professional. Gunyinji interrupted Hu Jialan and looked at Dan Bowen. This was the second update. Let me remind you about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. The 23rd will be the first update. Each update will be 5,000 words, for a total of 50,000 words. You don't have to stay up late at night. You can still read it tomorrow morning. Oh, intersection. Oh. Also, the official website charges about 5 cents for 1,000 words. So if you see that some chapters are expensive and some are cheap, it's entirely because of the word count. The more words, the more expensive it is, the less the cheaper it is. Everyone knows how to multiply, right? 1,000 words for a chapter costs 5 cents, 5 book dollars. 2,000 words for a chapter costs 10 cents. 5,000 words for a chapter costs 25 cents. 50,000 words for a chapter costs $25. You don't think it's expensive? It's really not expensive. I've saved a month's worth of manuscripts and sleep every night at 2 or 3 o'clock, and I've only saved 50,000 words. You can read it in an hour or two, so please don't say it's expensive. It's too sad. The author's hard work isn't worth anything more. Chapter 312. Dan Bowen spoke eloquently in court, and his arguments were reasonable and well-founded. Although Song Jining's condition was caused by an organic lesion, it was still a genuine mental illness. The nursing staff had to be very patient, and the nursing environment had to be comfortable and smooth. Song Jining had lived in the Ho's attic for more than a decade. It was low and depressing, and there were more and more things in the room. These changes in the external environment would cause psychological discomfort for a normal person, let alone someone with a serious mental illness. So Song Jining's illness became more and more serious, and in the end, she was already suffering from depression. If Dr. Chun hadn't acted quickly and discovered her illness, Song Jining would have died and wouldn't have lived past next year. Hua Xiaoheng had been sitting calmly in the audience the entire time. Only now did a trace of gloom flash across his face. That was close. As his thoughts raced, his gaze fell on Gun Yinji's face, who was standing ramrod straight in front of the courtroom. To be honest, he was all too familiar with Gun Yinji's face from the time she was 12 to 18 years old. From the chubby and unattractive little girl when he first arrived to the manga beauty after she grew up, he was already used to it. He didn't have the shock that outsiders often had. Hua Xiaoheng didn't really care whether she was beautiful or ugly. It was because she seemed to have become a part of him, a part of his life. Hua Xiaoheng crossed his arms in front of his chest and listened to the heated debate in court. Although it was intense, he could already tell that the other party had lost completely. Gun Yinji still had one last piece of evidence, enough to send Bai Jini to hell. Lawyer Jean was very agitated as he said to the judge, "Your Honor, although the other party has evidence and witnesses, I would like to remind you that their evidence is all circumstantial evidence. The other party's witnesses are also circumstantial witnesses. They don't have any direct evidence to prove that my client has anything to do with Luo Xinchue's murder. Yes, my client did take the other party's husband's phone, but there has never been a law that says taking a phone is considered murder." Gun Yinji quietly listened to Lawyer Jean finish his concluding statement before standing up and retorting, "I would like to remind the judge that only circumstantial evidence and witnesses can be used to convict someone. There are precedents for this. Secondly, this case is not without direct evidence." "What direct evidence? Don't spread rumors and slander me." Lawyer Jean was furious. In his career as a lawyer, the worst case he had ever had was a settlement between the two parties. He had never lost a case before. If he lost to a greenhorn like Gun Yinji, he really wouldn't be able to survive in the future. Gun Yinji waved her right hand and glanced at the people in the courtroom. She said to the judge, "It's still medical examiner Zhu's autopsy report. He found Bai Jini's DNA under Luo Xinchue's fingernails. This meant that the two of them had fought before. Why did they fight? Think about the sleeping pills that were forced down their throats, and I think everyone understands, right?" Objection. The plaintiff's lawyer is once again using his imagination to replace the facts of the case. Lawyer Jean was flustered and desperately objected to everything Gun Yinji had said. Gun Yinji sighed and spread her hands. "Lawyer Jean, I remember during my first law class, a professor said that if there's a bird that walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, looks like a duck, and eats like a duck, then it's definitely a duck." Lawyer Jean was dumbfounded. "Just like your client, Bai Jini. She was with the victim, Luo Xinxue, a few hours before her death. She stole her things and forced her to take sleeping pills. After she left, Luo Xinxue died. We call people like that a murderer. This kind of logic is not baseless speculation, but common sense that normal people have." Gun Yinji began to summarize her argument. "What do you mean by direct evidence? Do you have to have a video of Bai Jini's murder to be considered direct evidence?" Gun Yinji raised an eyebrow at Bai Jini. Bai Jini personally admitted that she killed for a greater purpose. Does that count as direct evidence? Lawyer Jean was tongue-tied and didn't know what to say for a moment. At this point, Bai Jini decided not to say anything. She sneered and closed her eyes, refusing to respond to Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji walked up to her and bent down to look at her closely. She suddenly asked, "Bai Jini, why do you care so much about the text data Hua Guanyuan received on his personal phone? I'll give you one more chance. If you tell me the truth, maybe your lawyer will have a chance to plead on your behalf." Bai Jini didn't even open her eyes. She sneered, "You've already convicted me. What else can I say? Fine, I'll give this phone to Song Jining. She's already recovered. The Institute of High Energy Physics should be led by a real scientist. It's a great blessing for our country's scientific and technological community that a famed seeker like you is leaving the Institute of High Energy Physics." Gun Yinji knew that only Song Jining could provoke Bai Jini. Sure enough, Bai Jini's eyes snapped open when she heard her words. She gritted her teeth and asked, "What did you say? Who are you going to give it to? Why do you care who I'm giving it to? It's not your phone." Gu Nianji tossed the phone in her hand. "You've been studying something for 10 years and haven't produced any results. If you give it to Ms. Song, it might produce results in less than a year. I hope you can see Ms. Song produce results before you execute her. Don't even think about it. Impossible." I couldn't figure out, even after thinking about it for 10 years. It's impossible for her to figure it out either. Bai Jini almost went crazy. She jumped up from the dock and was about to strangle Gu Nianji's slender neck with both hands. Gu Nianji was agile. She quickly stepped back, holding the phone with one hand, and pushed Bai Jini horizontally with the other, pushing Bai Jini to the dock. Several bailiffs immediately rushed over and handcuffed Bai Jini. The judge also warned her, "Defendant, please control your emotions. Attacking the plaintiff's lawyer is an additional crime." Gu Nianji walked back to the witness stand and handed Hua Guanyuan's phone to Song Jining. "Ms. Song, we believe that the contents of this phone are related to your experiment. When the case is over, the military will follow up with you about the experiment." Song Jining instinctively gripped the phone and nodded heavily. "I've been resting for 16 years. It's time for me to work." Bai Jini's case would be officially pronounced by the Imperial Capital Intermediate Court 3 days later. Bai Jini was found guilty of murdering Luo Xinxue. She had delayed Song Jining's treatment and caused heavy losses to the country. She was convicted and sentenced to death with a 2-year reprieve. Hua Jialan was not criminally responsible for Luo Xinxue's murder and was not sentenced, but it was clear to everyone that she had not saved her mother in time. After the trial, she returned to the Hua residence alone. She packed her things and was about to leave the Hua residence. Grandfather Hua and Hua Guanshan both stopped her from leaving and made her stay. When the court pronounced the verdict, Gu Nianji stood beside Hua Xiaoheng. She was extremely excited. This was the first lawsuit she had fought in her career. She had not flinched in the face of 15 elite lawyers from the largest law firm in the country. She had almost become famous overnight. She looked up at Hua Xiaoheng and said in a low voice, "Hua Xiao, you finally got justice for your mother and Ms. Luo." Hua Xiaoheng bent over and suddenly hugged her. Gu Nianji was so excited that she wanted to hug Hua Xiaoheng back. She secretly hoped that Hua Xiaoheng was going to publicly acknowledge her status. However, Yin Shixiang also turned around at that moment and bent over to hug her. Zhao Liangzi followed suit and hugged her. He even patted her head and praised, "Good job. Nianji, congratulations." Gu Nianji, she was so angry that she ground her teeth. She wanted to kick each of these two idiots. She had thought that Hua Xiaoheng was going to take the opportunity to announce his relationship with her to everyone, but it had been ruined by these two. Sure enough, when everyone saw Hua Xiaoheng hug Gu Nianji, they were stunned. Following that, Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi hugged Gu Nianji. Everyone instantly understood and couldn't help laughing. This was a victory hug, a congratulatory hug, and a friendly hug. No one thought anything else. Gu Nianji was momentarily discouraged. The happiness she had just felt suddenly vanished. She couldn't help pouting and losing all her joy. Her gaze was fixed on Hua Xiaoheng. At that moment, many people crowded over, not to congratulate Gu Nianji, but to congratulate Hua Xiaoheng. This was a secret trial. Only the results of the trial could be made public. Those who could listen to the results were already people in the industry. They all knew that Hua Xiaoheng was the person behind Gu Nianji. This victory was actually Hua Xiaoheng's victory. Therefore, after these people nodded to Gu Nianji, they all went to shake hands with Hua Xiaoheng. She watched him calmly respond to everyone and exchange pleasantries. He remained neither servile nor overbearing when dealing with people of a higher or lower rank than him. His gaze was calm and his actions steady. There was no particular joy, but there was also no unhappiness. All his emotions weren't expressed clearly and fully in that gentle hug just now. That hug, for someone like Hua Xiaoheng, was probably the best he could do. Gu Nianji's thoughts ran wild, and her emotions couldn't calm down. Her gaze involuntarily glued to Hua Xiaoheng. She watched his every move, every word, and every smile, as well as the curve of his head every time he raised it. She lowered her head and hid her almost greedy gaze in a corner where no one was looking. She couldn't let anyone see her thoughts. She didn't want to cause Hua Xiaoheng any trouble. If he wasn't willing to disclose their relationship, Gunyinji wouldn't have taken the initiative to uncover this mystery. Seeing Hua Xiaoheng so at ease in front of everyone, she clearly knew that between the two of them, she was the one who was more invested, and even the one who took the initiative. Therefore, she put the initiative of this relationship in Hua Xiaoheng's hands. It would be great if he was willing to disclose it, but if he wasn't willing, she wouldn't ask for it because she trusted him. When they walked out of the courtroom, the sun was very bright outside. Gunyinji looked at the white clouds floating in the azure blue sky before her, and the occasional white pigeons streaking across the sky, as well as the leisurely whistling of pigeons. She then looked at the back of the tall figure in front of her, surrounded by people. He was so close to her, yet so far away. She forgot to hide her gaze for a moment, and when she looked at his back, she was a little longer. Hua Xiaoheng suddenly felt something and instinctively turned around. He met Gunyinji's undisguised, longing gaze. He smiled at her and reached out a hand. "Nyinji, come here." Gunyinji's face instantly lit up. Even the spring sunshine wasn't as moving as her smile. She separated the crowd and walked over, placing her hand in Hua Xiaoheng's warm and dry palm. This lawsuit is all thanks to Nyinji. Without her, the military wouldn't have won so smoothly. Hua Xiaoheng praised Gunyinji openly in front of everyone, and Gunyinji was so touched that she almost cried. She quickly lowered her head, looking embarrassed, but was actually trying to hide the tears that were about to spill out of her eyes. After she swallowed her tears, she looked up at Hua Xiaoheng as if she was looking up to her own god. General Ji sat in the car on the side of the road in front of the courtroom and silently watched the scene. His gaze moved from the calm and smiling Hua Xiaoheng to Gunyinji, who was holding his hand. He couldn't help but frown. He originally wanted to go out and meet Hua Xiaoheng, but after some thought, he ordered his orderly, "Go back." The orderly quickly started the car and returned to the Supreme Military Council. Hua Xiaoheng had just sat in the car with Gunyinji when he heard his phone ring. Only a few people knew this phone number, so it could be called directly without the Special Operations Forces operator transferring the call. Hua Xiaoheng took out his phone and saw it was General Ji's number. He quickly swiped it open and asked seriously, "General Ji?" "Yes, it's me." General Ji was also sitting in the car and smiled as he congratulated him. "This lawsuit was well fought, and you made the military proud. She's a martyr's widow, so she can't just die like this. You contributed to this, and the military will record it for you after a while." Hua Xiaoheng smiled. "It's my duty. Luo Xinxue is also my aunt, and the military still wants to record it for me with this kind of relationship. I don't have the face to accept it, so forget it." General Ji saw that Hua Xiaoheng was declining, so he didn't insist. He only said, "Okay, since you have a point, we'll record it in your file first. Xiaoheng, you're the general that the military is focusing on grooming, so you can't make any mistakes." Hua Xiaoheng thought it was strange, but he knew that his work was completely in line with the Special Operations Force's rules and regulations, and his personal life was also very clean. He had never brought shame to the military, so he immediately replied, "Don't worry, General Ji. I've always obeyed orders." That's good. General Ji felt relieved and laughed. His tone was also much more relaxed. "I was just passing by the courtroom and saw you guys. There were so many people at the time, so I didn't get out to congratulate you personally." General Ji came out incognito, right? Hua Xiaoheng thought about it and immediately understood. If he hadn't come out incognito, he would have blocked off the entire street with his ostentatious appearance. How could he not know? "Yes, I was worried about you, so I came to check on you." General Ji was very kind. "I'm relieved to know that you guys won. I'm almost at the military headquarters now. Call again when you have time." "Yes, Chief," Hua Xiaoheng replied. He only put away his phone after the other side hung up. Gunyinji sat quietly next to him. She was very obedient. Hua Xiaoheng held her hand. "You've worked hard. Go back and have a good rest. It's almost New Year. Gunyinji looked at the bright sky outside the car window and smiled. Will the New Year be very warm this year? Why would it be? Zhao Yangzi replied from the front seat. The weather will change in a few days. I saw the weather forecast. There will be strong cold air around New Year's Eve. It will be colder than usual. She would have to go to school after the New Year. Gunyinji couldn't help but think of Yi Chu and the conflict they had in his study. She pursed her lips uncomfortably. Just as she thought of Yi Chu, Gunyinji's phone rang. She took out her phone to see it was Yi Chu calling. She didn't want to pick up, but Hua Xiaoheng saw it too. He said dryly, "It's your professor. Why didn't you pick up?" Gunyinji knew that Hua Xiaoheng was very careful and smart. He also knew her very well. Worried that he would see through her, she swiped her finger to answer the call. She put the phone to her ear and smiled. "Professor He?" "Yes, it's me." Yi Chu stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in his apartment with one hand in his pocket. "Congratulations. Your first case was a huge success. There wasn't much I could do." Gunyinji refused to take credit. Hua Xiao and the others were well prepared. "I was just a mouthpiece at the front desk." "You're too humble." Yi Chu's voice was clear and naturally cold. He paused before telling her, "I've already seen the transcript of your trial." Gunyinji was speechless. It was supposed to be a secret trial. Other than the trial results, nothing else could be made public. "Where did Yi Chu get the transcript?" "You don't believe me?" Yi Chu sneered. "JD's lawyer Jean is now the lead lawyer at my Monarch Descends law firm. The interview answer he gave me was this transcript." Gunyinji could barely breathe. "Isn't lawyer Jean JD's lead lawyer? Why did he go to your place? Is it strange? He lost the case and offended the Bais, so of course JD let him go. I don't think anyone in the entire Imperial Capital law firm would want someone like him, except me." Yi Chu said it casually, but Gunyinji knew that many things in between weren't that easy. She sighed softly. Did the Bais really do that? Bai Weiran didn't seem like someone who couldn't see things clearly. Of course the Bais didn't need to make the first move, but the outcome of the case is in front of everyone. JD Law Firm still needs to stay in the Imperial Capital. Letting lawyer Jean go is their attitude towards the Bais. Yi Chu seemed to understand the inside story. Gunyinji was speechless for a moment. Then isn't Professor He afraid of offending the Bais? "Ninji, are you worried about me?" Yi Chu asked lazily. His mood, which had been gloomy for the past few days, suddenly improved. Gunyinji said, "By Professor He." She hung up decisively. Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes as he sat next to her. He glanced at her. "What's wrong?" "Lawyer Jean has already been fired by JD Law Firm. He went to Professor He's law firm." Gunyinji shook her head. "It's just a lawsuit. Does it have to be like this?" This was the first update. There were 10 updates today, and each update was 5,000 words. "Oh, Intersectioner's Corner section. Oh, that you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.